Mic check.
We'll call the Audit and Fiscal Review Committee to order, and first order of business, the clerk will take the roll.
Chairman Klein.
Here.
Senators Clemens.
Here.
Gravinger. Kenanayan.
Here.
Lee. Gary Lee. Judy Lee.
Here.
Roars.
Yes.
Representatives Kreit.
Here.
Adams.
Here.
Hattlestead.
Here.
M. Johnson. Kempenek.
Here.
Leaning.
Here.
Lauser.
Here.
Neathy.
Here.
M. Nelson.
Here.
Schmidt.
Here.
Simons.
Aye.
Truck here.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
All right. Motion to accept the minutes from the last meeting. Anyone? Representative Adams, second by Representative Lanning. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I see we have a full crowd today. I believe they're bringing in some additional chairs. We've asked, so if anybody needs to scoot together, or if they're, Charlie's selling anything that he's putting on it. Oh, he's got a chair right in front. If anybody, there's a couple of chairs in the front row. We have a full agenda today. The agenda has got more full last week when we added a few items to it, and you see we don't have a break scheduled in the morning. However, you know, we may, if we need to take a break, we might. But I know we've got a lot of issues and information to cover. I wanted to just, as we left the last meeting, Representative Nelson, Marvin Nelson, spoke to the our duties in 543502.2, and I dug into that. I wanted to understand what our duties were, and so and he alluded to whenever our committee has reason to believe that there may have been a violation of law relating to the receipt, custody, or expenditure of public funds, we can move that on to the Attorney General. So in hearing that and understanding that, I saw that as an important part of what we do. And so it's our responsibility to be careful and to do what we believe is right, but also it's important that we understand that it's, I still think when we refer to these, we believe there's a criminal intent, and that are we moving it on to help the state, move it on for the good of the people of North Dakota, and that's kind of a concern that we have, that we want to make sure that we're not unduly accusing someone of doing something and that they will then have to defend themselves, and even before we've determined criminal intent. So we have a full agenda. There was some concern that we may not have enough, you know, that we're kind of pushing this together. I will guarantee you that if it's 1 o'clock and we still got a ways to go, we are going to break for lunch. I'm just telling you that. And we'll also break to go to the bathroom, if nothing else. The other thing was brought to my attention that Legislative Council explained to me that, you know, when we vote to approve all the audits, we are basically stamping our stamp of approval. And someone brought to my attention also that, you know, we move along pretty quickly, and that oftentimes we don't get to know, and we, you know, go to page 75 and then go over to page 83, and sometimes it moves very quickly. So Council has put together a summary sheet in Legislative Council's views that, and maybe they're going to hand it out now, so that each audit we have a one-page sort of summary, what, as they have read it, what they see is something that we would probably pick up if we just had a little more time, because oftentimes we don't have more time and we don't take more time. So that will be handed out. It's when you see a one-page summary, it's pretty thick. So there's a lot of one pages that we're going to be covering. But you can glance at that, and if there's any questions as we come to each one of the audits, and if there's any question you see on that may lead us to another question, and I'm sure the auditor will be more than happy to answer those. So that's kind of how we want to get started today. There's a lot of information that we're going to cover, and I think we'll just get started. Unless there's any questions on the process today, I think we will get started with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the audit, Mr. Auditor, you'll take us right through that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee. For the record, my name is Josh Gallion. I serve the citizens of North Dakota as their state auditor. I'm going to try to go through these as quickly as I can because there is a lot of material today. I'll open up each audit. If it's a clean audit, I'll ask if there's any questions, but for a clean audit, there's not a lot of presentation that we'll have, but I'll try to answer any questions that you may have on these. So for the Office of Administrative Hearings, we'll go to our summary. And again, this, as I said, a clean audit. That will conclude my presentation. If there are any questions on this, I'll try to answer them.
Okay, committee, any questions? You can, if you want to look at the follow-up, you can see what the state auditor's office, what the costs were, the hours involved. They spent a little bit of time working on these things, so you get a handle on that. There was a question on the revenues. If there's a trend, the revenues were a lot less. Is that a trend that we have to be concerned about? Would probably be the question that someone would probably ask. Senator Judy Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I just wondered why the 14 questions weren't answered.
Mr. Gallion, you want to respond to both those questions, actually?
The 14 questions?
Yeah, 14 questions that traditionally been part of every audit that we've been doing been in since
pretty certain the last committee you authorized us to leave those out of the reports.
I don't think there was a motion to do that. There was a discussion, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking. Performance, okay, there we go. Performance audit reports do not contain the 14 questions, only financial statement audits.
But we aren't doing performance audits anymore. We're doing operational audits.
Same thing.
So same thing. Okay. Senator Judy Lee.
Chairman, if we request that they be done, why wouldn't they be done?
That because this is an operational performance audit, the 14 questions aren't required. Is that what I heard you say?
That would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Judy Lee.
But if the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee wants that to be done in addition to the regular part of the audit the auditor sees fit to do, what prevents us from having those accompany the audit?
Well, that can be taken up today in the form of a motion and discussion. So we'll make a note of that. Alan?
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just this is the first group of audits that the 14 questions have not been included as far as the 2-year audits. So, and following up to Judy Lee's question, I mean, I guess in the past they've always been included in the operational or the 2-year audits, and this is the first time that they haven't been included. So that's why we pointed that out.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kepany.
Mr. Chairman, is this, since we're deviating, are these 2-year audits, or are they just what? Because like we got fiscal audits for 2 years, these are going to be 2-year audits also?
Mr. Gallion?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kepany, these are 2-year audits for the most part. I think there's one of them in here that's an annual audit. That's what
so these are not necessarily financial audits?
Many of these are operational, as we call them, but those are performance-based audits. Some of these are financial audits.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Representative Nafee.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to go back to what Senator Lee was talking about. She requested these 14 questions. I mean, we request information all the time. I mean, if we ask somebody up there to request for a glass of pop, they'll bring us a glass of pop. I mean, she asked for those 14 questions. We ask for information all the time, and those 14 questions should be given to this committee.
Well, I
It's
think
very common with other committees
if
too,
it
right?
wasn't clear, we'll make it clear one way or the other before we leave today. So, all right. Any other questions on the audit of the Office of Administrative Hearings? Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to the Aeronautics Commission.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to speak louder. All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Aeronautics Commission, this was a clean audit. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
There was a comment here that the consulting and engineering fees increased by 400%. Is there someone from Aeronautics that would probably explain that if you can't?
I would defer to the Aeronautics Commission.
Okay. Anyone here? Okay. Seeing none, any other questions on the Aeronautics Commission? And maybe we can have them comment. Senator Judy Lee.
Back in the olden days, like before this year, we used to have, even in one sentence or 1 minute, that described what the 50,000-foot view was of the responsibilities of each of these commissions. Now, obviously, the Aeronautics Commission has to do with aeronautics, but I think it would be useful if there were just a summary of what the responsibilities are of the commission, and then we can move on to hear that it's a clean audit. I would find that useful because I'm not totally familiar with all of the audited entities' specific responsibilities, and I suspect I may not be the only one.
And I think that does fall in line with our responsibilities as a committee, because we are going to vote to approve these audits, and somewhere along the line we need to feel comfortable. Okay, if there's no other questions on the Aeronautics Commission, no other comments, moving on to the lottery. Lottery.
Chairman, members of the committee, the auditor of the North Dakota Lottery, this also was a clean audit. This is a financial statement audit, so you don't see the one-page summary in this. We do not have any findings to report. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Representative Kempening.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gallant, I see, how come, for a fairly small, but there's a lot of hours were spent on this? What, was it complicated? Or, because I see, the cost of this one was fairly substantial compared to what the agency is. I was just wondering how this worked out.
Representative Kempening, members of the committee, I'd have to look at those hours compared to previous years, whether or not that is a large deviation. I don't
know. I just was looking at what, compared to some of, like the first couple ones were quite,
whether or not we had to compare the financial statements before we could conduct the audit, all of that takes additional time.
And to piggyback on that, Representative Kempening, it says the lottery was not charged for the cost of the audit?
I'd have to go back and look at that. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. That seems, that's a point made here on the overview.
No charge to lottery.
Because... Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Auditor, I see the hourly rate for the lottery was $72.54, and some of the other ones are $67.35. Why is it $10 more to audit the lottery than Racing Commission or some of these other ones?
Mr. Chairman, those depend on the staff members assigned to it. More senior level staff capable of conducting financial statements audit, preparing those financial statements.
Okay. Is the mic on up there? I mean, it's kind of hard to hear you up front here. I know you're mild-mannered and all, so just... all right. Any other questions on this one? Seeing none? Okay, moving on. The Racing Commission.
Mr. Chairman, present the audit of the North Dakota Racing Commission. This was a operational audit based on performance auditing standards. This was also a clean audit. With that, I'd try to answer any questions you might have.
Reverend Kaepernick.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gallen, do you get, when you do these audits like the race, do you get into like their funds that they operate to and stuff, or is it just the commission itself? How do you, when you do those? Because they got a breeders fund, you know, they got three different funds that they manage to and stuff. I was just wondering, because
So we audit the financials. If
Okay.
those financials are within the control of the agency, they should be part of the audit.
Okay.
Okay, is there anyone here from the Racing Commission?
Jack Schultz, I'm the executive director.
Jack, you want to just come on over? How are things going over at the Racing Commission? How was your summer?
Yeah, the summer was actually fabulous. We're one of the few tracks, I should say, in the U.S. that didn't have any major incidents. We didn't have any horse deaths, no injuries, and we didn't have a single positive negative drug test. So we had a clean summer. I mean, we couldn't have been happier. Everything went well. We had good attendance at both tracks, and both tracks, for their applications for next year, have asked for more race dates. So we think that's positive also.
Representative Kaepernick brought up the funds. You want to talk about the three funds?
Sure. We have a promotion fund, a breeders fund, and a purse fund. And I'm just going to estimate off the top of my head, 99% of our tax revenue comes from ADWs, which are account deposit wagering companies from around the world.
Okay.
And that's all online pari-mutuel wagering. That whole market has really been shifting. Bigger companies have been buying up smaller. We've lost a couple. Some countries are forcing the ADWs to license in, their jurisdictions as opposed to us. So our handle, that's the amount of money that is bet from our peak a few years ago, say 4 years ago, that was roughly $750 million, is probably going to be down to between 250 and 300 million this year. That being said, we're in the process of looking at new licensees, which we're hoping is going to bring that revenue back in line. Through this last biennium, for the last, I think, 6 or 7 years, we have put more money into the general fund than we've taken out. And of course, that's one of our goals, is to continue that. Our breeders fund paid out $225,000 to breeders this year, and just for in-state races. And that fund currently is running around $800,000 that's in the balance there, and and we just paid those funds out,
Sure.
So it was around $1 million. Our purse and our promotion funds are both down considerably because of the drop in handle, but we're working with both tracks to, find alternative ways, help them find alternative ways, corporate sponsorships. With Chippewa Downs up in Belcourt, the Turtle Mountain Tribal Council up there has been real supportive.
Sure.
In adding funding to them.
Some years ago, Jack, you were, this...
I've been here less than a year, so...
this particular fund was kind of in the limelight in North Dakota, I believe.
Sure.
There was an issue with someone from Fargo running that, but all those things have gotten squared up, and we're moving forward.
Yeah, like I said, one of the big things, that is happening this year that we're hoping will work out is that could be a pretty good boon to us. And again, and I always like to say that we like to generate taxes from companies outside of North Dakota to bring new money to the state. And Hong Kong is opening up a little bit, and a couple of our ADWs are looking at Hong Kong, and if that happens, that should help increase our tax revenue into those three funds and the general fund as well. So
I know there was a time when the money was really rolling into the state. We had a really good thing going, but obviously that kind of dried up. Yes, it did.
Yep.
Any other questions for the Racing Commission? Seeing none, Rep? Okay.
Well, no, I just wanted to see, because sustainability has been an issue the last few years on this, and that's why I was just kind of curious.
Right now, like I said, over the last few years, we lost a couple of our ADWs, and one of our ADWs had to move out of France, so we're not receiving taxes from there. That being said, this year we approved a new licensee out of Australia. We're just waiting for their background investigation to complete for them to get up and running. We're talking to a group in France, and we're talking to a couple in the U.S. One of the larger ones that is looking at moving part of their licensing areas to us, I think just to try us, and again, you know, we're all for that.
Okay. Representative Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we've got you, I know there was kind of an issue with the Fargo racetrack with a really large special assessment kind of hanging over their head.
Yep.
Could you fill us in on that situation?
Still there.
Still there, okay.
You know, they continue to work with Fargo, and I don't know that a permanent solution has been solidified there for those TIF taxes, but they continue to work with them, and so far at least everybody is moving forward, I guess is best I can say on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for the Racing Commission? Seeing none, all right, moving on to the Department of Labor and Human Rights.
Chairman, members of the committee, we conducted the 2-year audit of the Labor and Human Rights Agency, and that was a clean audit.
Okay.
Chairman, that will conclude my presentation.
Any questions? I see a couple of, is there somebody here from the Labor Department? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Is it, the question that was brought to our attention is the $10,000 of advertising expense in 2018. What do you guys just spreading the word, what you do and how you do it? Is that what that may have been?
Yeah, I'd probably look to Ron.
For the
record, my name is Erica Thunder, Commissioner for Department of Labor and Human Rights. I think that's exactly right, Chairman Klein. We statutorily are obligated to do a large amount of education for the state on our labor and human rights in North Dakota.
Sure.
Advertising is a part of that.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on then. Insurance Department.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the audit of the Insurance Department was conducted. It's a 2-year operational or performance audit. This was a clean audit. I will point out that we did find some interesting information regarding the premiums citizens pay in their insurance for the fire protection. With that as a clean audit, we have no recommendations. That would conclude my presentation.
Any questions on that one? And maybe the appropriators can help me out on this, but generally the the money, those premium dollars, are allocated by the legislature and not by the insurance commissioner. We make that determination as to how much we give back. Am I incorrect, Representative Kempany?
That's, and we basically did 90, I don't think we did 100% this year, but close to it. But yeah, we set the premium tax dollars and where it goes back to the fire protection district.
And Representative Kempany, we went back 10 years, we would find, or maybe longer, we would find that they got a lot less.
Well, up at one point, we were taking 80%, I think, there at one point. I think one point in the 80s, we were 100%, and then we went various percentages off and on. It varies, let's put it that way. It does,
okay,
as the state needs money.
So that's the purview of the legislature.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner, you want anything to speak to? You want to?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the record, John Godfrey, North Dakota Insurance Commissioner. I can answer questions certainly, but this legislative session, what came out of our appropriation is 100% of our projected collections into that from that fund into the fire departments. So it was about a $4 million increase going to the local fire departments. We are 3.8 million, I think, is probably the accurate number. But we worked closely with our appropriators to make the case, and we're pretty happy with where we're at, and we'll continue to have that discussion as we go forward. So,
okay. All right. Any other questions as it relates to the insurance department's audit? Seeing none. Okay. Department of Commerce.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the Department of Commerce 2-year operational audit, we have 4 findings, and I will read through some of these. I also handed out a letter and a section of statute. I will explain that at the end of the discussion on the 4 findings, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. So finding 19-01, circumventing procurement guidelines, the conclusion the auditors came to was the Department of Commerce circumvented procurement requirements related to the Be Legendary logo and overall brand refresh. We found 2 temporary employment contracts were used to stay under the purchasing threshold and continue the work from the original contract. These contracts should have been treated as one contract for services and allowed for contractor competition following Office of Management Budget procurement requirements. The total cost of all contracts was $87,162.50. We also found that the 2 individuals who were hired as temporary employees but continue to be treated as contractors, the North Dakota Department of Labor uses the IRS common law test to determine whether an individual is an employee or a contractor. Based on evidence found during our audit, we determined these individuals were treated as contractors and not temporary employees. For example, the following common characteristics of contractors based on the common law test that apply to these temporary employees include: 1, they were not given set work schedules; 2, they were not required to work on the premise; 3, they were not limited to providing similar services to other clients during this time frame; and 4, they were not given computers or equipment. Therefore, we recommend the Department of Commerce properly follow all the procurement requirements when making purchases of services. The Department's response was that they disagree with the finding that the Department violated state law by circumventing procurement requirements related to the Be Legendary logo and overall brand refresh. We followed up a response saying the Department did not have evidence to support that the services from the original contract were completed before the temporary employment contracts were negotiated in September of 2018 and effective October 1 of 2018. Without this evidence, and that the duties of both contracts overlap, the work was a continuation of the same services in the original contract. The 2 individuals providing services under the original contract continued to be treated as contractors. Finding 19-02, violation of appropriation law. The Department of Commerce violated their appropriation authorization in the 2017 session laws by improperly charging $853,908 to the wrong biennium.
Just a second. Maybe we should take these
One at a time?
One at a time. I think that way, committee, because they're kind of three different issues.
They are?
Okay. Any questions, or maybe we should any questions of the auditor? Maybe we'll ask then for the comments from the department, and then we can put this one aside. But I think maybe we'll take them one at a time. That way, we don't get them lumped up so much.
Okay.
If that works for department, does that work out? Okay. I think it's better for the committee. We don't get it. If there's three issues here, we want to take them one at a time. Anybody want to speak to the why you disagreed with the finding, and that why you by circumventing the procurement requirement? That's what we're hearing. And for the record.
For the record, good morning. My name is Michelle Comer, and if I could just take a quick minute to introduce myself. I have met many of you, but not all of you. I left the private sector 3 years ago. I was appointed as the labor commissioner just about 3 years ago. In January of this year, I was appointed to serve as the commerce commissioner. I also served as the executive director of Job Service North Dakota. But today, as of June 2nd, when Commissioner Thunder was appointed, I have just one job that I love very much. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law here in North Dakota, specialize in employment law, contracts, corporate governance, corporate transactions. I also have a master's degree in management, an undergraduate degree in business administration. And I, earlier in my career, was a certified bank auditor and a certified risk professional. So I want you to know that I do have an appreciation for the value that audits can create. We see them as opportunities to learn. I know how hard it is to be an auditor, and the on-site team did a really thorough job, and we worked as hard as we could to be very responsive. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide what I think is really important context, because at the department we do believe in transparency, we believe in sound internal controls, we believe in creating a work environment where people feel safe to perform their work responsibilities, and we want to be stewards of taxpayers' money and make a positive impact. So I feel really privileged to work with 59 people in this effort who have a combined 600 years of public service. We have provided a memo. You may know we distributed that yesterday, and the memo describes the activities that we've taken to improve our control environment as a result of this audit. And while we disagree with a number of the conclusions reached, there are always opportunities to improve, and we have taken those opportunities. We're going to hand out that memo here today. We've also prepared a 3-page handout for you to sort of visually walk through each one of these findings. And if I could refer you to the first one that mentions the logo refresh or the brand refresh, I can just kind of walk through that with you. So as was stated already, this finding relates to the Be Legendary brand refresh, which occurred before my time as commissioner, but I have worked very hard to understand the timing and events and the process that underwent to get to where we are today. It is my sincere hope that we can set aside whether you like the logo, whether you think it should have cost more or less, who did the work, and even what it cost, and focus on matters of law and policy. Now, this was a 2-phase project, which we've tried to illustrate in the sheet before you. Phase 1 was about brand architecture. The department did hire a firm to complete phase 1 of this 2-phase project. The first phase was to design an updated version of our former logo and create a website frame and a brand story. The website frame is basically the skeleton of a website. As was stated in the audit report, this cost $9,500 and did not require a competitive bid process. Phase 2 of the project was to design the website content, to map existing content, and to help in what was a truly massive task to develop a new consolidated state website. which would help us introduce and elevate this refreshed brand. The work to develop content to fill in the framework included copywriting and visually designing 7 main pages and more than 36 subpages. This included identifying existing pages and moving them into the new structure and making a lot of adjustments for consistency. Branded marketing tools such as templates were also needed. So the department did hire 2 temporary employees to join the marketing team to assist in completion of phase 2 of that work. The audit report notes that because the work overlapped, they should have been treated as one. We agree that phase 2 work was related to phase 1. Phase 1 made the phase 2 work impossible, but they were 2 separate work streams. The audit report also indicates that the auditors were unable to confirm that work done under phase 1 had been completed before phase 2 had begun, and there was an appearance of overlap due to a payment, a timing of the payment for phase 1 and when phase 2 started. While there may not have been concrete documentation in the form and type preferred, the phase 2 work was separate from phase 1 and couldn't have taken place without the refreshed logo, brand story, and the website framework in place. That being said, as noted in the memorandum that we created, we have implemented additional documentation requirements to make sure that when we have contracts that we document when the results were delivered. As to the workers, a firm was hired to complete phase 1. As noted in the audit report, the Commerce team needed additional resources to supplement our team due to an aggressive timeline. So 2 employees of the original firm were hired as temporary employees to participate in the completion of phase 2. During this process, the Office of Management and Budget was consulted to help us ensure compliance with policies. The audit report includes the legal opinion that the workers hired to complete phase 2 should have been characterized as independent contractors instead of temporary employees. The audit report applies the IRS Common Law 20-factor test, which North Dakota uses, and concludes that these employees were independent contractors. As was just mentioned, the report mentioned reliance on the following factors to reach this conclusion. They weren't given set work schedules. They were not required to work on the premise. They were not limited to providing similar services to other clients, and they were not given computers or equipment. In North Dakota, however, whether an individual is an employee or independent contractor, it is indeed set by the 20-factor test. We use it at Job Service North Dakota, Worker Safety Insurance, and of course the Department of Labor. Significant North Dakota case law confirms that the focus of the 20-factor test is the employer's right to control the means and manner of the employee's performance. Under North Dakota law, no single factor is decisive in reaching the determination of whether someone is an independent contractor. The importance of each factor varies depending on the occupation and the factual context in which the services are performed. In determining whether an individual is an employee or an independent contractor, the degree of employer control is the driving force, regardless of whether that control is exercised or not. Under our state's law, anyone performing services and being paid for performance is presumed to be an employee unless shown otherwise. In recent years, due to an increase in virtual and remote work, the prevalence of BYOD policies, which is bring your own device, the very factors that the report cites as instructive have been significantly diminished by a changing workplace. According to a 2019 study by Forbes magazine, remote work now is a standard operating procedure for more than half of U.S. employers. Furthermore, in more recent years, the Federal Department of Labor has named as a priority the enforcement of penalties for the improper classification of employees as independent contractors. The ramifications of misclassifying a worker as an independent contractor are significant and depend on whether the act was intentional or unintentional. Some of those penalties include additional fines and penalties, 20% of wages paid, 100% of FICA taxes, penalties of up to $1,000 per misclassified worker, $50 for each Form W-2 that the employer failed to file, penalties of 1.5% of wages. The list goes on, but the point is that as a result of the potentially serious consequences for misclassifying a worker as an independent contractor instead of an employee, the employment bar consistently advises clients that when in doubt, the worker should be classified as an employee. In preparing our response to the audit, we conducted a thorough retrospective analysis of the work circumstances and determined that even in the most skeptical light, the workers were properly classified as employees, with 14 of the 20 factors most relevant in the analysis leading to that conclusion. Phase 1 and Phase 2 were separate work streams. The workers were hired to supplement the commerce marketing team to complete Phase 2. They interacted daily with the broader team, and their work assignments changed every day, sometimes by the hour, at the discretion of the Commerce Department. As such, the workers were properly classified as temporary employees. This mistake of law leads to the erroneous conclusion that we circumvented procurement requirements and should have properly bid the work as one contract for services. They were two separate work streams, and we believe that we followed the procurement guidelines. Even so, the department, in its response to the audit, has implemented additional documentation and control requirements, and we will very carefully examine every time we hire someone as a temporary employee or an independent contractor. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, Representative Kempening has a question.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Michelle, definition of a temporary employee is what, less than 40 hours, or what is the definition?
Chairman Klein and Representative Kepnick, I think if I could ask one of our friends from OMB to answer that question, that might be better. Is that all right?
Well, I think as an employment lawyer expert, I don't know that we have to look to OMB, but there are, I mean, if you're an independent contractor versus a paid employee, I mean, I think you hit on all those 14 questions that need to be asked generally. I know we've done that in being in business. You run through that independent contractor issue, and I get that, but I think what you're looking at is you reached the standard of that they were independent contractors, and there's no way that you would agree that these folks should have been included in the employment contract. Is that what?
Chairman Klein, yes. It's the opposite. They were classified as employees, and the audit report indicates that we should have classified them as independent contractors, and we disagree with that. We do believe that we've properly classified them as employees, temporary, and my knowledge of temporary versus a permanent employee in the state system, the main distinction I believe to be that one is benefited, one is not.
You need more? Should we get?
Well, we've gotten into this in the insurance arena, and that's what between independent contractors and employees. Usually an independent contractor receives no assistance from the company or whatever. I mean, they have no, they work for a company, but they're not, as far as paper, computer, they don't get anything out of it. And that's why I was just kind of curious of the, the definition, because that's where we're dancing on this is contractor versus temporary employee, because we've got, and there's temporary employees though that don't get any benefits though too. See, that's what gets into this whole, because we do this in appropriations that we get, agencies bring temps in, and it's through an agent, some other third-party entity that's paying, but they're still called temporary employees that the state has hired, but we don't provide them anything really. So there is a fuzzy line there. That's why I was just trying to figure out what your definition of temporary employee was.
Well, and that's what gets us into this contract issue, whether or not you were lumped them together or didn't, and whether or not that rose to the level that, and it's my understanding this is one of the issues that has brought us to the turning it over to the Attorney General's office because of what we might call not following the proper procurement. Is that where this is coming from, or is that how I understand it?
Chairman Klein, if I could respond to Representative Kempenick's question. You know, in employment law, we do deal with the distinction between employees and contractors often, and it is actually rarely a fuzzy line. There's a test, there's case law, and there's statute that you have all created that guides us through that analysis. Where the mistake is typically made is that the analysis isn't done or isn't done properly. And speaking from my experience as labor commissioner, that was an issue that came up quite frequently. There's a conventional wisdom that's wrong, that if someone works off-site and you pay them with a 1099, that they're an independent contractor. And in fact, we go through a much deeper analysis to determine whether one is an independent contractor or employee. And yes, Chairman Klein, you know, the question at hand in this finding, in fact, I believe hinges on that determination, and we feel very comfortable that we properly classified these workers as employees for the reasons that I just stated. As to your second question, Chairman Klein, I'm afraid I don't have knowledge as to why this matter was referred to the Attorney General.
All right. Senator Judy Lee.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Comer, you mentioned that much of this started before you were appointed to this position, and could you give us just briefly a little background on how some of this evolved? I understand the diminished number of employees and who was, I think it would be helpful if we had a little bit more background there.
Chairman Klein and Senator Lee, yes. As I stated, I started with the team the very first day of legislative session, and I feel so privileged to be the person that serves this team. When I joined the team, I observed that the team had been through a journey, and part of that journey included a reduction in force that happened in May of 2018. There were 13 employees, not quite a quarter of the workforce, but nearly, whose positions were eliminated. And so when I started about 7 months after that, I noticed, you know, some of the results of that. And some of the results of that are, you know, what does your workplace feel like? And other results happen, as I've observed over my career in 25 years. As much as you may plan for something like that, there may be duties and responsibilities that one of those individuals performed that maybe you didn't know they did. Maybe you failed to account for that work stream. And so the organization was in a process of making sure that it had all of their responsibilities accounted for, that people were trained properly to do those responsibilities. And in fact, when we went into budgeting season for 2019, our senior leader in that area was a person whose job was eliminated, and so the remaining fiscal team learned the budgeting process really in a matter of weeks. They were supported extremely well by OMB and our budget analysts, but nevertheless, it was their first time through. And again, I want to take another opportunity to comment on the dedication of this team, because the individuals in our fiscal area, while brand new, dove in, brand new to that function, dove in, worked long hours, tried to figure it out, and I think that some of what we have here today may be the result of some responsibilities and new team members learning new things, but I can tell you with confidence that this team is a team that comes to work every day to serve the state and to do the right thing. And so that's a little bit of context.
Continue.
So since the people or the person who was doing it before was part of the reduction in force, can you tell me, did the person or people who are now carrying on, did they do it the way it was done before, and had there been audit findings before about this process, if it was similar?
Well, Chairman Klein and Senator Lee, in this particular audit finding, it was a one-time project, so there really wasn't anything to look back on. As we discuss some of the other audit findings, I would imagine that there would have been some of that, because certainly when a person is new in their function, would have looked back into the files to see how things had been done in the past. And as we move in to talk about audit findings 2 and 4, I would say that, that there's probably some relationship to looking at the way things had been done in the past, and perhaps in the past there had been continuing appropriation where there now was not. So there may have been some of that, but not likely here, just because this is a one-time project.
Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Comer, who was paid? Were these 2 employees paid with a North Dakota paycheck, or was their firm paid and then they were paid through them?
Chairman Klein and Representative Adams, in the Phase 1, the firm was paid. In Phase 2, the individuals were paid as employees.
Continue.
Thank you. From the state, so they're actual state employees?
Chairman Klein and Representative Adams, that's correct. They were temporary employees of the state.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Comer. My understanding, going back to contracted employee or temporary employee, if you have a contracted employee, you develop a contract with that individual, and you set a rate per hour or job or whatever. Temporary employee becomes a part of your payroll, and there you would withhold FICA and if you have any benefits for a temporary employee, those would be applied to it. So there's a complete distinction between a temporary and a contracted employee, which isn't that hard to distinguish.
Senator Klein and Representative Creit, you've explained that as I understand it as well. And in this case, in Phase 2, the workers were paid as employees.
Okay. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. First, why wasn't IT used to update the websites? I think we have people on staff already that are capable of doing that type of work.
Senator Klein and Representative Nelson, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to how the work originated. We may want to refer to one of my colleagues.
Okay. If I may continue. And what appropriation were these temporary employees paid out of?
Senator Klein and Representative Nelson, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, you paid them salaries. What appropriation did those salaries come from? Because I don't remember passing a bill that said we're going to update the logo. Here they're paid. Where were they paid from? Was it the tourism department? Was it, those sort of things. Where were they paid from?
Senator Klein and Representative Nelson, as employees, they were paid out of our salary line item. The contract for $9,500 was paid through the marketing budget at the Department of Commerce.
Okay, and then I have one more. As you're probably aware, I had that bill for a contest, and the Department of Commerce did the fiscal note for the contest, and all that was in the fiscal note was the prize money, but there was no implementation costs included in the fiscal note. So why didn't the department give us a fiscal note that actually showed all the costs that a change in logo would entail? Because they clearly were in a very good position to know how much those costs were going to be.
Senator Klein and Representative Nelson, I'm going to have to refer to my colleagues to answer the question on the fiscal note, including OMB.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle, I just want to go back. I think you said you didn't know, but had you been told by the AG or auditor exactly what the supposed criminality is in the finding
Senator
on this issue?
Senator Klein and Representative Nathan, we have not been told. We've been notified that the matter was referred, and my personally retained attorney has asked for that information and has not received it.
So, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Continue.
So who is representing Commerce then? since they kicked it to South Dakota, am I under the understanding AG is, are they offering counsel to the department? I understand you have your own, but how about for Commerce?
Senator Klein and Representative Mathey, no one is representing the employees at the Commerce Department.
So nobody's represented at all? There's no legal defense for the Commerce employees whatsoever?
No.
And we can ask the AG later, but the AG refuses or will not represent the employees?
Senator Klein and Representative Mathey, I think that you should refer that question to the Attorney General.
Right.
And we have someone here who will explain that.
Thank you.
So what I just heard you say is you have retained an attorney on your own to help you through this.
That's correct,
Okay.
Senator Klein.
All right. Any other questions? We do have some other. I know you'll be back up to the podium, so we can move along to the next portion. Auditor Gallion. We'll go through these, and then we will have the Attorney General's office speak to what they can tell us and what they know.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we'll go on to finding 19-02. Our conclusion was the Department of Commerce violated their appropriation authorization in the 2017 session laws by improperly charging $853,908 to the wrong biennium. The department entered into a grant agreement with a North Dakota county. The county submitted reimbursement requests for the work completed. We found the final payment to the county exceeded the reimbursement request by $458,801. The grant agreement prohibited advance payments by the state. This unsupported advance payment resulted in the department expending $2,999,991 of the available $3 million appropriation at the end of the state's apply-back period. The state's apply-back period is open to allow agencies to pay bills received in July when the services occurred prior to June 30th. In addition, the July 2019 supporting invoices from the county's Enhanced Lease Grant included uncompleted construction activity for a billing period with days in June and July. The department did not require the county grant agreement that the reimbursement request match the end of the state's appropriation period or apply reasonable procedures to estimate the July costs. Using the number of days in July in the billing period to estimate the July costs were $310,931, which was improperly charged to the appropriations that ended June 30th, 2019. Further testing of payments made in July 2019 identified an additional $84,176 paid to a vendor that was improperly applied back to the appropriations ending June 30th, 2019. Due to these violations, an additional $853,908 should have remained in the general fund or returned to the Strategic Investment and Improvements Funds for the biennium ended June 30th, 2019. OMB Policy 201 prohibits receiving goods or services in July and charging the cost to the prior biennium. We recommended the Department of Commerce comply with all appropriation laws and OMB policy. The Department of Commerce's response is that the department agrees with the recommendation, acknowledges that these expenditures should have been charged to the 2019-21 biennium rather than the 2017-19 biennium. The department will strengthen internal controls and implement procedures to ensure the future expenditures are properly allocated to the correct biennium. At this point, this is where the letter and the section of law that I handed out comes into play. The letter that I handed you is our referral to the Attorney General's office under North Dakota Century Code 440805.1. In Section 1 of that Century Code, it says any public officer or employee who has the power to approve a payment for travel expenses or any other expenditure of public funds shall determine before approving the payment, in paragraph C, if the payment is for the expenditure other than travel expense, that the expenditure is lawful and that the payment contains no false claims. In paragraph 4, in the middle of that paragraph, it says any public officer, employee, or any other individual who has knowledge of an actual or possible violation of this section shall make that information known to the Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we have a finding where we identified a potential misappropriation of law. The client agreed under Secretary Code 440805.1, I have an obligation to inform the Attorney General, and we did so. With that, on this audit finding, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions on this one? My question might be to Alan, and it looks to me that the project went up to a particular line and we didn't get it done in that period. Do we have any ability for an agency to do some things knowing that, well, they maybe didn't know it, and the fact, how do we handle that? Because it's got to happen more than once. How does this work?
Well, oftentimes, Mr. Chairman, during the session there'll be requests to continue appropriation authority beyond the end of the biennium. In that case, the legislature would approve a section that would say this funding is not subject to the cancellation provisions. In this case, that was not included.
Okay, and is there a way then? Is there a committee to go to in case you're running up against this? It's my understanding there might be some appropriators or chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there is a capital construction carryover committee. It's the two appropriation chairmen and the director of OMB. In the section that deals with cancellation of appropriation authority, there are certain items that can be continued if the agency would seek approval from that group. It's for capital construction projects, IT projects, major equipment purchases, those types of things. But it's my understanding that committee was not requested to make the exception in this case.
And in this case, it would have been important for had they known, they could have done that.
We could have made a request to that committee, yes.
All right. Representative Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Auditor, the statute you just read from pertains to the purchasing card authority. How does that work with this funding here for the UAS stuff? How does that pertain to that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, if you read the title of that section, it says payments. It also includes purchasing card authority, and it does reference other payments throughout.
So if I understand this right, the big problem is here that this was put on a charge to a different biennium, correct? I mean, is that pretty much in a nutshell?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, no, that is not correct. The initial issue at hand, after they misapplied the payment, was that the contractor requested a reimbursement of approximately $350,000. The department sent them a check for nearly $750,000. And there was no supporting documentation for the additional $400,000 plus that was paid to them. No work completed, nothing that they could provide to us to document or prove that that payment authorization.
Was that work done in both bienniums then, the previous one and the current biennium?
The $350,000, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, that we identify in there, that was overlapping, and they applied all of that back, and then again paid additional beyond what was even requested by the county.
So if I may
continue.
So just so I'm clear, so Commerce is not giving you accounting of why that payment was bigger than what was first brought up?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, we do not have any supporting documentation for that additional amount.
Okay, we can ask Commerce on that too.
We can ask Commerce. So what you would suggest then that by providing that additional $350,000 to his contractor, there's some evidence there of criminal intent or some sort of collusion that somebody's misshifting state dollars that shouldn't be.
Mr. Chairman, the Auditor's Office does not make any determination on any intent. We identified that based on the contract laws, OMB policy, a payment was made without support, without services received.
So we're moving it on to the Attorney General's office because of an accounting issue, because there is no intent yet. You haven't determined the intent.
The Auditor's Office does not make that determination.
Okay.
Representative, I just want to explore that. So I do want to know your process. So who's your counsel, or how do you make that determination whether you kick it up to the AG for criminal prosecution?
Mr. Chairman,
it's easy to say we let them decide, but you're going to the AG with this information. You're obviously encouraging them to go down the path of criminality, because to charge somebody with criminal acts is a pretty high bar to meet. And from what I've heard already this morning, I don't think any of that meets it. But I would like to know what the auditor's process is to get to that point to ask the AG to go down the road to charging somebody with a criminal act.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, we work at the Attorney General's office on nearly every audit. We have an assigned representative from that office that helps provide legal support to us. At the end of the day, when we finish this report, there was a potential possible violation of Section 4408.05.1.
Who made that determination? The assistant AG tell you that?
According to this section of law, any public officer, employee,
That's not
or
what I'm
any other
asking.
individual,
Who
I
gave you
signed
the-
that. I signed that letter to refer that to the Attorney General
So
based
you-
on this section of law.
So you're encouraging to go after that. I mean, you made a determination that it was a criminal act.
I did not
To put it on the AG as a
Mr.
cop-out.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, we do not make that determination. We pass off the information according to the laws passed by the legislature to hand the information to the Attorney General's office. At that point, the auditor's office...
Isn't that what I
is
saw when
compliant.
it came to the Wapaton audit? That you also requested a criminal investigation there? You and your
Well,
office?
we'll get to that.
It's the same thing.
All right. Senator J. Lee.
Chairman, I have in front of me Chapter 44-08, which is titled Miscellaneous Provisions. And it is talking about North Dakota bidders, sellers, and contractors, when bids are sealed, definitions. And then we get to travel expenses, expense account, per diem allowance for long-term travel, travel advances, moving expenses, allowances, verification, prepayment, because this deals with the procurement card, that particular area. Prepayment of direct billing of lodging expenses, civil recovery of public funds if somebody has spent more than what they are permitted to do if they stayed in a high-priced hotel, for example. And then we get into 5.1, which talks about purchasing card authority. So it just seems like, and we move on down, then we move to the dimensions of the state seal and who gets to use it and stuff like that. This is provisions to buy North Dakota product. This is not a section of law that deals with large areas of law, contracts with departments and that kind of thing. I think that, I'm not no lawyer and I don't play one on TV, but it seems to me that we're grasping at straws here to take a little section that's on purchasing card authority and say that it applies to every broad brushed stroke of every department in the government that might have a financial commitment, because I would assume if I go to those chapters next, I will find appropriate parts of that. And all it talks about here is civil.
Okay. Any other questions? And then we'll move on to the response from the Commerce Department.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clemens.
In listening to the discussion, I guess I don't know if confusion is the right word, but maybe a concern when I hear an auditor's report and there's basis for what has been found in the report, and a lot of it has been acknowledged by the department, by the Commerce Department. And then we have, it seems like we're getting into a cross-examination of the report when the purpose of the report is to determine if there's any wrongdoing. Nobody said there was wrongdoing. There's just things that don't seem to be correct, and they're being referred on to find out if there was a problem. And so I'm giving my comment from where I feel some of this stuff is going. It seems like we're, as a committee, we're getting into a battle that is not part of this committee. It shouldn't be. We're here to hear about reports, and we use our judgment when it becomes our responsibility to act on something. I think in the future, if we feel something's being done not in accordance with state statute, then present that evidence that this is not a legal audit or things are not being done according to statute. Otherwise, I think if there is no evidence, we follow an audit. And I'm not taking sides either way. I'm just sitting here as an outsider looking in and saying, why is there such a contention with all this stuff? So I guess with that, I'll leave that.
Senator Clemens, if you sit on this committee long enough, you will get into contention. Some might remember workers' comp, some might remember the lands department when people are hollering at each other, where I've had to tone the whole conversation down because it gets there is as an individual, as a human, and you are charged with something, and you have clearly indicated that you didn't do this on purpose, and now I have to hire an attorney to defend myself. Your integrity and your whole life is flipped over, and that's kind of what we're addressing here. Why should my life be flipped over because I work for a state agency? Why should I have taken this job? I mean, it's not certainly the Commerce Department head does not have to have this job, but what we're doing here is just trying to make sure that there isn't a case of mistaken identity, and that we're pursuing things on a criminal background. You know, I chatted with the former auditor, just so the committee knows. I asked how many times he referenced things in his long tenure as auditor. He suggested he has chat. He would chat is similar to what our auditor said with the AG's office, but never had to bring a case go that far, because between this committee and his work behind the scenes, things are resolved. This is a different time in North Dakota. I understand that times are changing. We want people to understand what's going on. We want the audits to come out, but we also have to listen to both sides. Yes, we're kind of we may think we're a jury or a judge here, but we're really not going to get to do much. Where there's no motions I think we can make to undo what's been done. You know, the cows are out, and you can't herd them back in, and people's names have been dragged out there, and you can't change that. So we're just here to listen, to make sure that everything was done as we see it with legislative intent, because we, as a legislature, do set some of these guidelines and rules. So that's kind of, yeah, there's going to be contention there. You'll get to know it as your career continues on this committee.
If I make one...
Absolutely. Senator Clements.
I appreciate, Mr. Chair, your comment that we're here to ensure legislative intent. I totally agree with that. That's why we are here. I don't think, from what I'm understanding, nobody's disputing that there was hundreds of thousands of dollars that were used in the wrong biennium. And I guess that's, maybe I wasn't really clear on where I was going with this, but to me we're kind of trying to argue the fact that money was misspent. And if I've been taking that wrong, I apologize, but I think, like you said, the cows are out of the barn or whatever, and if the money was misspent, okay, let's fix it, you know. And
we're going to hear from the department. They'll explain their side as to if they believe and how it was there criminal intent? Was money actually spent that shouldn't have been spent? I don't know that. We haven't heard from them yet. I'm looking forward to hearing that side, and then you can make your, I'm going to call on you after she's done, and then we can kind of hash this over to see what, you know, where we've landed. So with that, Commissioner, you're up again.
Thank you, members of the committee. So I would like to discuss findings 1902 and 04 together because they are related to the same transaction, but they were separated for the purposes of the audit report. In front of you, you should have a sheet that says Grand Sky receives payment as appropriated by the legislature, and it is a timeline that I'm going to try to walk you through. The enhanced use lease referred to in these findings relates to a development of the Grand Sky Commercial Unmanned Aerial System Park. This commercial park is a partnership between the U.S. Air Force, the North Dakota Legislature, and Grand Forks County. The Department of Commerce has acted as a pass-through for these dollars since 2013. The terms of this agreement are identified in a grant agreement each biennium, and Grand Forks County acts as the fiscal agent. These dollars are authorized for infrastructure improvements for things like roadways, drainage, security fence, gates, sewer, taxiway, pavement repair, and the likes. Since 2013, the North Dakota legislature has exercised foresight and financial commitment in the amount of $77 million to support the UAS industry, including $16 million to develop this commercial park in order to help our state become a global leader in the development of unmanned system technology. To date, this commercial park has attracted several global and national businesses, is estimated to employ more than 360 people, and has had significant economic impact to our state and supports critical national security needs. While we concurred with the findings due to a payment timing error, we believe that it is important for you to know that we complied with legislative intent. We paid the right party the right amount for qualifying work that was supported by a legally binding contract. During the 2017 legislative session, $3 million was appropriated for improvements to Grand Sky for the purposes of infrastructure research and development, the creation of software, and purchase of equipment benefiting unmanned aircraft systems. The appropriation required a 3-to-1 match. Commerce had the authority to spend these funds as intended through 6/30/2019. The department entered into a grant agreement with Grand Forks County governing these expenditures. The grant agreement's expiration date was 6/30/19, and this is all represented on the timeline before you. The grant did not allow for the prepayment of services. Construction planned for the 2019 summer was substantially delayed due to weather. We extended the grant agreement to October of 2019 at the request of the county, believing that the extension would accommodate for the completion of the contracted for construction, and that it could then appropriately be charged to the 27-19 biennium. This was a mistake. It was an honest mistake, honestly made. The department has since been made aware of the legislature's authority to provide special exemption. Chairman Klein, you referred to that a moment, to allow for this money to have been carried over if unspent at the end of the biennium, and has implemented a number of additional controls to prevent similar issues in the future. We were not aware of that mechanism, nor were we aware that we had made a mistake. Had we been aware of either, we would have been able to make that request and feel confident that because of the legislature's commitment to Grand Sky that it would have been approved. But again, we did not know, and I would repeat that it was an honest mistake, honestly made. The money went to the right party for the right work that was contracted for legally. It went at the wrong time. The next finding also relates to the same transaction, and I guess I'll pause if you would like for questions.
Well, let's just, if there's any questions on this portion, because I think we heard that $400 and some thousand went to somebody that really didn't deserve it. Did I hear that? Maybe I didn't hear that correctly from the auditor.
Senator Klein, what I understand is that the report says that we made an unsupported payment. The impression that's made by the audit report is that we just sent money because, and that is not the case. We have an invoice dated July 21st for the same amount named. The problem is that the description on the invoice said work contracted for, and we believed that because we had extended the grant agreement, and it was the grant agreement that prevented prepayment, that we had performed that transaction properly. I would also invite you to hear from Joe Morissette from OMB, because he has information relative to policies, which are really what's implicated here, that might be able to shed some additional light.
Okay. Representative Nathy.
So Michelle, that additional money we're talking about in that invoice, so it was maybe mislabeled and everything else, did you kick that to the auditor's office? I mean, I know he said they didn't get it, but did you not send it to him?
Senator Klein, I've been conferring, Senator Klein and Representative Nathy, I've been conferring with my team, and we believe that all of this information was shared. I certainly would not stand to call anyone a liar, but we believe that that information was shared. And again, it may be a difference in words. That the invoice did say work to be contracted for. It didn't say concrete repair, or excuse me, it said work contracted for. It didn't say concrete repair. It didn't say adding an apron to, the park. It said work contracted for. And I want to repeat, as retrospectively, we've reconstructed our thinking. There were a number of people involved in this, a lot of dialogue. We thought we had gone through the right steps. In hindsight, we realized we did not. But the intent was to do the right thing. The intent was to follow through on your intent, your legislative intent. And again, we now realize in retrospect that it was a mistake. We also realize that had we known that, there were mechanisms to correct that, so that money would have been allocated to the 2019 biennium properly.
So Michelle, before the auditor completed their report, did they ever reach back to you guys again saying, hey, we have yet to hear your explanation for this additional payment?
Senator Klein and Representative Nathie, I would have to refer to my deputy, Sean Kessel, who had the primary role of liaison. As I read the report, again, I don't know if it was just a difference in words, an unsupported payment. I can agree with the unsupported payment, but because it was work that wasn't done, it wasn't the absence of identification of what those dollars were for.
Thank you.
Representative Kempening.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Michelle, you said earlier that Grand Forks was your fiscal. Where do they fit into this conversation?
Senator Klein and Representative Kempening, they're the fiscal agent for Grand Sky, and my understanding is that the reason for that is because there is a 50-year lease from the United States Air Force that makes Grand Forks County the owner, if you will, of that transaction.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so between the Commerce Department and Grand Sky was a direct connection? It wasn't Commerce, Grand Forks, and then
Senator Klein and Representative Kempening, we were all involved in the conversation. The county, Grand Sky, and the team members at the Department of Commerce.
So there should be some type of trail of what went on with it.
Senator Klein and Representative Kempening, again, I believe there is documentation, and again, we've discussed how there was a timing error, but I believe there is documentation to support that dollar amount. And the line item on the invoice, as you read it carefully, says work contracted for.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just wanted to, when I was reading through this and I was trying to figure out, because we got a number of agencies that not only drag from, we got some agencies that are dragging into 3 bienniums of stuff that we've appropriated in 15, and they're still, this last, and that's why when I was reading this, I was kind of surprised, that wasn't requested, because usually if there's a plan in place to do this, that's why I was kind of asking, did you know this was going to happen? That when it gets that close, when you're within 6 months of the end of the biennium and you're still carrying $1 million or something and it hasn't happened yet, most agencies do come in that are, especially when they're looking at the, just have a continuing this amount forward and stuff on it. I mean, I guess that's one of the things, that, these audits bring out. They're supposed to be not only, it's not us against them, it's supposed to be a learning curve too. We do. I mean, it's uncomfortable when we have agencies in front that, there isn't an intent to defraud or anything like that, but it does get to be where there is procedures in place that we need to follow, and that's why, because if we don't, then it becomes chaos too. But I think that the thing is that I think you're learning that documentation, contract work to be completed, or is probably a wide conversation too. It gets to the intent that it was work that was being done, but it doesn't say specifically what it was. But it's something that I think that, going forward, obviously you're learning from this and stuff too, and it always gets to be like I said, it's always an uncomfortable position to be in.
Senator Roars has a question.
Thank you,
Or
Mr.
comment.
Chairman. Michelle, just the work to be completed phrase kind of bothers me. Did you advance the money for work that had been completed already and then it needed to be paid by Grand Forks County?
Senator Klein and Senator Roars, we had in our possession a contract, a signed contract, legally binding contract for the work that was eventually completed. It wasn't completed by June 30th. Weather delayed it. So, we thought by extending the grant agreement that in doing so, it was the grant agreement that said no prepayments were allowed. We thought by extending the grant that we were solving that problem. Again, we were not. To Representative Kempenick's point, we have learned a great deal from this whole process. We have implemented a number of additional controls, additional training. We now know that we have the opportunity on the front side and the back side, should something like this ever happen again, that on the front side we would ask you in our appropriations hearing for continuing budget authority. And if we don't have that, that on the back side, if something like this were to happen, that we would go to the committee and request that. But again, if you would be so willing, Senator Klein, I think that Joe Morissette from OMB could also provide us some context about law versus policy versus our grant agreement, because I think it goes a long way to speak to intent, which has become very important as a result of the course of the conversation here.
Okay, and is Joe here? Okay. Oh, the back row. I thought that was the screen that was lit up back there. I guess it was your forehead. I know that feeling. Been there, done that.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Morissette from the Office of Management and Budget.
Joe, you've heard a lot of the discussion here. I think, is there anything you can add as to, to this whole conversation that we're getting to with this contract?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess Michelle and I have talked about this issue in relation to the audit finding and the characterization that there's a violation of appropriation law, and I guess putting myself awkwardly in the middle of this discussion, as awkward as that is, I guess I will respectfully disagree with some of the wording that's in that audit finding, where it characterizes it as a violation of appropriation law, because when that amount was applied back, the result of that was not that the department overspent any single line, or that it overspent its entire appropriation authority, or that it violated explicit legislative intent for the use of the money. And we're really talking about a violation of an accounting policy, maybe, but I think you could question that as well. The policy that's referenced in the audit report is fiscal policy, OMB Fiscal Policy 201, which relates to closing out the end of a biennium. And it deals typically with like goods and services. Like if you're going to order computers in June, they got to be in the door by June 30th, or you can't use that biennium's money. If they come in on July 5th, you got to use next biennium's money. Fiscal Policy 200 deals generally with end of fiscal year closeout, and they both apply because the end of the biennium is the end of the fiscal year. But that policy provides all kinds of exceptions. I mean, if you all are going to NCSL conference in the middle of July, Legislative Council has probably prepaid those conference registration fees, and that's allowable because you have to prepay for those things. They probably booked your plane tickets because if you wait till July, you're going to pay more, and the state would not benefit from that. That fiscal policy explicitly says that a prepayment, if it's required as a term of a contract, is allowed. It's an exception where you can prepay things. Here we've got kind of the opposite situation where a self-imposed contractual limitation that Commerce entered into said you can't prepay. And so, you could argue, I think, whether or not the fiscal policy even applies in this case, because it's kind of a unique situation. It's not a good or a service that the department received by June 30th or didn't receive by June 30th. It's a grant administered, as Michelle said, through a third-party fiscal agent, Grand Forks County, for work to be contracted, at Grand Sky. So it's a little bit different situation. So whether the fiscal policy applies or not is probably something that could be debated separately.
really we're probably talking about a violation of a contractual obligation that Commerce entered into, and whether or not they followed that contract or not. So, so I guess that's the point I'd like to make, that we're talking about a fiscal policy here, and I think based on the circumstances, there's maybe some question about how well that fits. So, happy to answer any questions.
Representative Nathan's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Joe, so in your opinion, it was more of a fiscal policy error than anything else?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, from the information that I see, right, we're talking about whether this was improperly charged to the right biennium, which is a fiscal policy issue, right?
I see that the auditor references the OMB policy must be followed, all that sort of thing. And that's my point, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be confused. The findings are what they are. Nobody's disputing the findings, as Senator Clemens said. I mean, the findings are what they are. My concern with this is the criminality of the accusation that there's a criminality element to this. And, it's not a criminal act if you honestly make a mistake. And I think what we've heard today, at least in some of this, an invoice was mislabeled. Certain things are not being done according to the policy. Yes, that's wrong. And Commerce has owned up to it. They're putting new guidelines in place to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's honest human mistake. Nobody profited from any of this. Nobody gained anything because of this. A payment was a little bit late, went into another biennium. Again, in my mind, that does not reach the level of a criminal act. And that is my main concern about this. I don't dispute any of the findings that the auditor has. That's why we have them. They found it. We need to take a look at this. So, and this is the other problem, Mr. Chairman, when I got the mic, is, and Senator Clemens hasn't been here long enough, but this is the function of the LAFRC. When we run across these kinds of things, auditor would bring it to us like a Commerce report. We would vet it, ask the questions from both sides, and then we would decide and work with the auditor, do we kick it upstairs to the AG office? Well, in this case, that didn't happen. He circumvented the LAFRC and just kicked it right away up to the AG's office. That is why you're hearing some of the questions and the discussions I think you're hearing today. We were left out of that decision-making process. We didn't get our chance to hear from both sides of the story. Just like last meeting in August on the Wapaton request from Representative Nelson, it was voted down because we wanted to hear from both sides so we could determine it. What happened? Boom, it went right away, got kicked out to law enforcement. So that's my issue with this, because when you're accusing somebody of a criminal act, that is a very high bar and it's very, very serious. And now we have a department head who's got a lawyer up. So that's my 2 cents. But I'm very concerned about this going down the road at a whim, because we're dealing with people's lives and careers here and reputations.
I'll catch Jay Lee, and then it's Senator Clemens.
Mr. Chairman, I was just referred to Century Code Section 54-44.1-11, which talks about canceling unexpended appropriations and when they may continue. And that's what describes the process, which I didn't know about until a short while ago, which is that the chairs of the two appropriations committees are the carryover committee, to which something like this can be brought, and right. Then they can agree that it will be continued along with the budget section. But that would cover areas of new construction, that would be it, major repair and improvement projects, purchases of new equipment costing more than $10,000 per unit, and so forth. Go ahead and read it yourself if you want. But the point is, this is not purchasing cards. This is talking about applies to the kinds of things we're talking about today. And when we are through having questions answered by Mr. Morissette, I would like to ask the commissioner a question, not the auditor, but the commissioner of Commerce about the question.
Okay. Senator Clemens.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I guess I had a question for OMB.
Okay, yeah, he's still here.
Yeah. Yep. I guess I'm curious, and in all fairness to the discussion here, is this a widespread problem through state agencies, state departments that do not understand the spending procedures within a biennium? I mean, is this a common problem that you're seeing, or does this seem to be a one-off type situation?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Clemens, I guess I would, the auditor could probably speak more to how often this is an issue, but I would say, from my perspective, it's not uncommon that there are questions about end of biennium closeout. I mean, that's why there's fiscal policies in place that deal specifically with that and try to lay out where there's exemptions or exceptions to that rule. And I know it's one thing that is typically reviewed in an audit process because, you know, it is an area where there's some judgment and where there can be mistakes. And so it's a typical part of the audit process, and it's not, you know, for those that have been on the committee a long time, you've probably seen those kind of end of biennium issues before where there's, you know, a question about whether or not that was done properly. So.
Well, I'm not an auditor, I'm not on appropriations, but I did not know that the chairman of appropriations in both the House and Senate get together along with Joe to discuss that. I didn't know until this happened that, and I'm wondering how many agency people, especially if they've been working there for 6 months now, know that's okay to go and ask for an extension. And I don't know how we get that word out because you know, that how often does that happen? I know the continuing appropriation allows that to happen, but in this case it wasn't. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond,
yes.
It's not really a question, but we do communicate out with agency fiscal officers to let them know. But you know, I can learn from this too, and we can do a better job of trying to communicate that and make sure that every agency understands that opportunity to come before that carryover committee within the time window allowed. There was about $6.5 million approved of carryover in this last process. In addition to that, there was about $120 million that was kind of automatically carried over, as Alan explained. You know, if an agency went to the legislature and said we'd asked for specific authority, and the legislature approved that in the bill. So there was, you know, $130 million that you appropriated in 17-19 that was carried over in one of those two ways into the new biennium. But you know, we'll try to do a better job of educating agencies on that opportunity if they see that coming up as an issue in their own fiscal management.
Okay. Senator Clemens, you okay? Okay. Representative Kaepernick.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's not continuing appropriations, but it's a carryover appropriations, and usually there's a specific, you know, kind of like this here, that there's a contract involved. We see that emergency management's one of them that carries over into year after year or biennium after biennium, but it's usually specific, you know, and it's not a problem. It's just you have to know about it, and that's I think that addresses lack of internal control, and I think they've addressed that for the most part.
Okay.
So.
Senator J. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Ms. Comer if she's willing to step up.
Okay. Any other questions for Joe? Well, you're not going to go too far. You're right in the front row. Okay, Michelle. Senator Lee has a question before we move on here.
Just a quick one. Understanding, as we have now discussed, this section that I just quoted that talks about the carryover committee. Could you tell us a little bit of background there? Who knew about it? You may not have known about it. I believe that you did not. Mm-hmm. Who in your office did know about it, and what are the people who did know about it? Folks who had been there quite a while, or were? Tell me a little bit about the background on that.
Thank you. Senator Klein and Senator Lee. So as I mentioned earlier, part of the reduction of force in May of 2018 included the most senior person in the fiscal area. That being said, our individual in the fiscal area who was working on this has 25 years of experience. She just had never budgeted before, had never worked through a process like this before, and she was not aware of the provision that we're talking about here today. I have a super team, and none of us were aware of the provision that we're talking about. And as Joe just mentioned, you know, I think that's something that, you know, we can do some more talking about. But again, I mean, I think that from our perspective, you know, this was a super learning opportunity, and we took that opportunity to not just, you know, learn the fact that there is a mechanism if something like this happens again, but to say, what can we do going forward to make sure that our staff is more confident and more competent from the beginning? And so a preview of our appropriations testimony is going to include a request of you that where we have grants like this, that we would always have the authority, the continuing appropriations authority, and again, that is your choice. And, if we do not receive that, then of course we're aware of the back end mechanism. But even throughout, we have already been to Grand Forks to meet with the county, and we have a trip. Actually, Sean, have we been to Grand Sky?
Setting that up right now.
We're setting up a trip to Grand Sky to meet with all of the parties related to this, because we really are a cooperative team, but we want to make sure that everybody knows the rules, that where we have construction plans, that we're very sensitive to the construction season and the potential for delays, and that we all understand the important details that will help us not make this mistake again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I think we have we've got a little more to cover on the audit. Auditor Gallion, have you covered all the findings? Was there one more? There was a couple more. Yeah. That's what I thought.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could probably forego finding number 4. It is related to finding number 2, as it's an internal control environment finding. So okay. we could probably just focus in on finding 3 and end this report there. Finding 19-03, non-compliance with contract requirements. The Department of Commerce did not monitor contract deliverables of an entrepreneurial contract with a total of $253,921. As a result, contract payments totaling $123,750 were made to unapproved subcontractors. Further, 23,448 of these payments were not supported by progress reports. Therefore, we recommend the Department of Commerce ensure all contract requirements are performed and supported prior to issuing contract payments. The Department of Commerce response was that we disagree with the finding that the Department did not monitor contract deliverables and that contract payments were made to unapproved subcontractors. They go on to talk about the Department did not approve, or we mentioned that the Department did not approve subcontractors. The Department did provide approval for subcontractors. However, this approval occurred verbally as verified by the previous contract manager and vendor. The auditor's report indicates that unsupported payments were made to unapproved contractors. As noted, the Department verbally approved subcontractors, hence disagrees payments were made to these unapproved contractors. The Department has implemented contract monitoring procedures to ensure appropriate documentation is secured in advance of payment for all future contracts. We had a follow-up response to that. The Department did not obtain proof of sustainability of the subcontractors to fulfill the work, which was required for a proper approval of the subcontractors. At the time of the audit, the Department did not provide evidence of subcontractor approval due to employee turnover within the Department and inability to locate the employee's records. The Department inquired with the vendor to reobtain the approval the vendor received for the subcontractors. The vendor's response at the time was that the approval was via email, but could not be located. Emails of the employee were obtained and researched by the auditor. No approval evidence was identified. Payments totaling $23,448 also lack supporting quarterly progress reports. The contract has included stipulation that each party acknowledges that all records, regardless of physical form, and the accounting practices and procedures of each party are subject to examination by the state auditor. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation on finding 1903.
All right. Any questions for the auditor? Okay. Representative Nafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, real quick, on page 9 of the audit, you have your methodology and you have your points how you do it. My question is the last point. We surveyed employees of the Department of Commerce on the following topics: free of harassment, those sorts of things. Is that pretty common with, because I haven't seen this before in other audits. I mean, is this something that's new or?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nafee, we have conducted surveys and other audits in the past.
But with all these talking points? Because I haven't seen these in the audits. I'm just curious, is this something that's just pertaining to commerce, or is this now standard methodology for everybody?
Within this audit, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nafee, we did conduct that survey to make sure that we were aware of any potential issues.
Yeah, I know that, but did you apply this to any other audit?
We have in the past, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the audience? Okay, seeing none.
Senator Klein, Chairman Klein, I want to confirm that we did have an invoice dated July 21st. As I discussed earlier, I wanted to confirm that for you. And the description was contract obligated work, and that invoice was provided to the audit team, so I just want you to know that we did confirm that for you. Relative to this finding, it relates to a contract to develop systems to support entrepreneurship across our state. You may know that North Dakota was recently ranked #1 for business startups, and so to continue that trend, in March of 2018, the Department of Commerce engaged a contractor to further develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem in North Dakota. What does that mean? It meant that we engaged a contractor to provide communities with training, materials, and resources to support entrepreneurial growth, to expand offerings like 1 Million Cups, TEDx, or others, to establish a communication network within and between entrepreneurial entities for greater alignment and impact, and to directly consult with communities on the development of entrepreneurial systems and programming. This contractor subcontracted with 5 organizations statewide for greater impact. The audit report indicates that the department did not approve these subcontracts as required by the contract. However, the department did approve these subcontracts verbally. North Dakota does not require the written approval of contracts, and the contract did not require the approval in writing. The opinion on this issue that we have violated law does not conform with state law and imposes new terms on the contract. That being said, we can always improve. Of course, approval in writing is a best practice, and we have responded to that and implemented that requirement on a go-forward basis. As was mentioned, we also did have a great deal of staff turnover during this time. Relative to the progress reports discussed, the audit report indicates that the subcontractor progress reports were not reported in the contractor quarterly required reports. Over the term of the contract, there were 4 detailed quarterly reports provided by the contractor as required by the contract, along with routine communications between the contract manager and the contractor. The nature of the work under this contract resulted in regular communication and interaction between the contractor, the subcontractors, and commerce staff, which resulted in a high level of oversight and awareness of the contract work. A detailed reconciliation of all deliverables and payments took place in the later part of the contract because there was a transition from contract manager to contract manager in our organization, and we confirmed that proper payment was rendered for all work completed. That being said, we will follow more enhanced procedures to eliminate future misconceptions and clearly document contractual agreements. Senator Klein, if I could please make one final comment. As I mentioned earlier, I joined this team from the private sector about 3 years ago. I did so with the idea that my past experience would help make a positive difference for our state. I imagined that I would learn new things and meet new people, and I have. But the one thing I did not anticipate that I will remember for the rest of my life is what it feels like to come to work with people who get up every single day as their chosen profession to show up not for the money but because they care. They care about justice and about helping people get jobs and about building a strong economy and about elevating the image of our state so that other people love it like we do. I have grave concerns about the message that we have heard today, that a dedicated person who comes to work for the right reasons cannot make an honest mistake without the threat of a criminal investigation. I would ask you who can work productively under these circumstances. And I would add to this that if you find yourself in this circumstance, no one will help you. 30% of our workforce is going to retire in the next 5 years. Who will serve? And why should they? I think that we can be better than this, and I think we have to be better than this. As I started with, we believe in transparency and sound internal controls and making a positive difference with the resources that are entrusted to us. We believe in the value that audits can help us improve. We just need to follow the process that's been defined in statute. It makes sense. It helps prevent conflicts, It allows independent and collective referral while recognizing the importance of checks and balances, and it protects people from false claims that can be permanently damaging. And it will help us keep a talented and committed workforce in place both for today and for the future. Thank you.
All right, and I can only agree. As you listen, you watch, you see the things in the news. Not only do I see concerns if I wanted to join your team or any state team, but as a Department of Commerce, who are supposed to be the emissaries, ambassadors of bringing business to North Dakota, it would be somewhat maybe troubling if I was a company looking at North Dakota and seeing the turmoil that's being created, and it can be troubling, and I don't know that we need it to be in this troubling time. So that's kind of more minor. There's no question there. Representative Nathie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. Michelle, you said you guys found that receipt, or can you send that to the committee so we have that for our records? Those are things, again, had just been vetted through us in the beginning. We would ask for that and seen that. The second thing is what your closing statement fits in. Mr. Chairman, as you know, I'm concerned about the criminal aspect of this and how that all worked. Could we have Mr. Seibel from the AG's office come up and kind of walk us through that process?
If there's no further questions for Michelle, we will now have someone from the Attorney General's office come forth and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Troy Seibel, and I'm the Chief Deputy Attorney General. And I was asked by the Chairman to come before you this morning and just kind of take you step by step of how we got to this point. On the 15th of October, our office received the letter that I believe that you have from the state auditor, in which the auditor referred possible violations of North Dakota Century Code 440805.1 to the Attorney General. Under 440805.1, when the Attorney General receives that type of report of a possible violation, the Attorney General is obligated by statute to investigate. The statute actually uses the word shall investigate. When we reviewed that letter, we reviewed also a copy of the auditor's report. We then sat down and decided we had no choice but to launch an investigation. And so in the Attorney General's decision in getting to that point, I want to be clear that he has no preconceived notions about whether or not any criminal activity has or has not occurred at this point. He just felt as though that he was required to do an investigation just to see if something had indeed happened from a criminal perspective. And so in doing that, we work with the Commerce Department on a daily basis. We work with the Auditor's Office on a daily basis. We are the lawyers for these agencies. We advise them regularly. We were also asked to conduct the investigation. In looking at it, we felt as though that there may be a potential or perceived conflict of interest, and so that it may be best to ask our partners and friends in South Dakota in what is their equivalent of BCI, their DCI, to investigate. This is routine. We do this on a regular basis where we will work with our neighbors in South Dakota or Montana or Wyoming where there may be a potential conflict of interest. We'll ask them to come up to do an investigation. We will sometimes go down there when they ask us to do the same. And so we do this on a regular basis where we will work together on this. And so we just felt as though that would be the most appropriate, so that it was an independent third party that could look at this with a fresh set of eyes and determine whether or not any criminal activity has occurred. And so I just want to be clear that when we did go through those steps, that there was no preconceived notions about where this investigation would go. In addition to that, we felt as though once that report and once that investigation is completed, that it would be best to be reviewed again by an independent third party to determine whether or not any criminal charges should be filed. And so because of that, the Attorney General met with the Burleigh County State's Attorney, Julie Lawyer. We have asked Julie Lawyer to receive the report from the investigator and for her to make a decision about whether or not any charges will be filed. And so that is where we're at. It is my understanding that the investigation is being conducted at this time. And again, we are essentially taking that step back from this just so that there is no perceived conflict of interest. And so that is how we got to this point. That's where we are at today. And I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Representative Nathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for asking so many questions, but I do have a lot of concerns. So I just want to go back on what the auditor said when he and I had a little tough conversation there about who signed off on what, who requested what. So the auditor makes the request to your office, hey, we think we found something, and you by law have to follow through, right? You can't turn it down because you said it says shall, correct?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nathy, that is correct.
Correct. So when the auditor says no, the AG decided it is not right, correct? I mean, he signed off on it, as he said, but the statement is, oh, he signed off on it, almost as if it wasn't his decision. The very nature of the request makes sure it will be followed through.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nathy, that's correct, and essentially that once that report comes to us, we are obligated by law.
And that's fine. He has the right to do that. I have no issue. I just want to make sure we have the right information here and nobody's working in the gray area. You said the gentleman is from South Dakota. Is he licensed? Is he a licensed officer then in North Dakota, or is there reciprocity between the two states?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathy, he is a licensed peace officer in the state of South Dakota. There is a North Dakota statute that gives the Attorney General the authority to appoint agents in this type of situation, and like I said, we do it fairly regularly. That statutory authority was given to the Attorney General in the 2017 session, primarily as a result of the DAPL protest, because we had a lot of folks coming from neighboring states to help us out.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, one more. With your discussions with this investigator, has he given you a timeline? Are we near the end of this thing, or?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathy, I'm not sure. He has not. I'm not aware of a timeline that he has. Again, we've kind of said, well, you know, we don't want to try to look like we're narrowing the investigation, expanding it. We've kind of left it up to that investigator, but I'm not aware of a specific.
Can you give me an indication where he's at with it?
No.
Okay. One other thing I just thought of as I asked that last question. It came out from talking to Michelle a little bit earlier that she has a personal lawyer, but their department does not. The people who work there are not being legally defended. What happens?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathy, so when you have a situation like this where you have allegations of criminal activity, unfortunately, those allegations by their very nature will mean that the allegations themselves are alleging that the employees involved here acted outside of the scope of their employment. The Attorney General is prohibited by law from providing individual legal advice to individuals when they act outside of the scope of their employment. So the Attorney General has not refused to provide representation. He is just prohibited by law from doing so in this particular instance because the allegations are not against the state or against an agency. They're against individuals.
So the very allegations will force these employees to have to lawyer up.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nathy, unfortunately that is the case.
Sorry, one more, Mr. Chairman. So if these allegations are unfounded and they have lawyer fees, can they get reimbursed from the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathy, yes. In the event that they are exonerated, they can file a claim with the Risk Management Department and seek reimbursement.
Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Seibel, could you please explain why this is different, how this is different, that's a better word, how this is different from the situation with the Department of Human Services when you defended them as a department, but Ms. Anderson had to get her own. I get why she had to have her own from what you just said. But why is it different for the Department of Commerce than it was for the Department of Human Services?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Lee, I don't believe it was. In that instance, there were allegations made against, I believe, 4 employees of the Department of Human Services, including Maggie Anderson. Our office in that case, several years back, required that all 4 of those individuals retain private attorneys. And I believe that at least one of them did seek reimbursement and was reimbursed for her legal expenses during that process. But I don't believe it's different. I think it's the same.
Senator Clemens.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in reference, Representative Nathy, to something you'd mentioned earlier, this is the basis for my question here. I want to understand this because it's very important stuff we're dealing with. In the Representative Nathy had mentioned that the state auditor was circumventing this committee and going directly to the AG. Is that contrary to any state statute?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Clemens, I don't believe so. I think when you look at the particular statute that is in front of us here, essentially it allows any public official that becomes aware of a potential unlawful expenditure to make that report to the Attorney General. So no, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AG.
Troy.
Okay, Troy. My question, I don't know if you can answer this, but our state audited Commerce, okay, there was misappropriation of funds in the wrong thing. Why, instead of making it a criminal complaint, why didn't the AG just have someone else audit it and get a second opinion on it, on how it happened, instead of going through this criminal thing? You know, why not just have it re-audited and then see if something's wrong instead of right away going into this criminal part?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Adams, I guess just at the surface of that, the Attorney General does not have the authority to conduct audits or get a second opinion of what the auditor has found. Having said that, I guess it's possible in the course of a criminal investigation that a forensic auditor may be employed, and so that is a possibility as the investigation moves forward.
Senator Kaniana?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Troy, when you referenced the employees not being able to be representative, you know, if they're acting outside of the scope of their employment, as you say. Now, I mean, in this case, when it seems to be the opinion of many that they were honest mistakes, acting within the scope of their employment, I mean, who determines, like, how is that determined that they weren't acting within the scope of their employment with honest mistakes?
Good question. Mr. Chairman and Senator Kanian, I think that when you look at it, it's the allegation itself. So when the allegation comes to it, it's the allegation that they were acting outside of the scope of their employment, and so we take that as the starting point. And so that's where we're at. I mean, we don't have the ability at that point to provide them with legal and representation. And I understand and I completely appreciate the difficulty that the Commerce Department employees find themselves in. We fully appreciate the gravity. It's just something that we as our office, we're just not able to do that. And it's just because of the allegation itself.
Continue.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Troy, so we have to assume the worst on people then?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, no, not at all. I think that we just at this point, given what essentially when you look at it this way, you know, our office would potentially have provided legal advice to the Commerce Department in responding to the audit. We would have provided legal advice to the auditor in conducting the audit. We've then been asked to investigate. It would be just wholly inappropriate for our office to then turn around and then represent individuals in responding to an investigator that has been appointed by the Attorney General to respond to that investigation. So not at all. We are not assuming the worst. It's just something that essentially we are kind of in a tough spot. And again, I appreciate the gravity of the situation that the Commerce Department employees find themselves in.
Continue.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chairman and Troy, so the department itself, I mean, not the employees, but I mean, how do you distinguish between the employees and the department itself? Like, so the department itself does have or does not have any representation from the AG's office?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, the department is not the subject of the investigation. The investigation is focusing on individuals and whether or not those individuals violated the criminal code. And so the Commerce Department at this point is not subject to the investigation. I mean, so in other words, there's not a state agency here that is under investigation. It's whether individuals essentially made unlawful expenditures of public funds. And in fact, the statute actually specifically references that. It says those individuals will be personally liable, that it's not something that the taxpayers would be responsible for.
Okay. Senator Geely?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Troy. When the auditor comes to you with this issue, do you discuss the issue with him as an agency and being an attorney for them and representing them in terms of there looks like there could be something here or one way or the other? Or do you just say this is the audit and we have to move forward because we are who we are? I mean, should there be some discussion there that looks at the audit and the findings before people are put in the criminal situation?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Lee, we are happy to visit with the auditor prior to these things being referred to us. We have done so. But the ultimate decision whether or not a a public official decides to make a referral lies with that public official, but absolutely, we'd be happy to do that.
Continue.
So Troy, you did have discussions with the auditor in terms of whether or not this should proceed to the criminal act portion?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Lee, we had discussions with the auditor about what he found. We did not have discussions about whether or not it should come to our office. That decision was made by him.
So,
continue.
You talked about it with him in terms of whether or not it should proceed or not to the level it's gotten?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, I wouldn't characterize the discussions that way. I think it would be more just he was informing us about what he found and what he may or may not be referring to our office. We did not tell him do it or do not do it. Let's put it that way.
All right. And you wouldn't have said, well, are you sure? You know what this is going to bring? I mean, we're going to be talking about this. People in the state are going to wonder why we're subbing it out to South Dakota, which has already been a question out on the street. And I think I get that. Mutual aid, that works. But, that's kind of where, I'm just looking for the gatekeeper here, somebody
Sure.
like, well, maybe just like ratchet it back a couple of notches. Let's look at this. And so I'm just saying, somebody maybe should have said that.
Mr. Chairman.
I've got Representative Hattlestead with his hand up, and then I'll go back over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Troy, just a question, and maybe I'm a bit naive, not being an attorney or an auditor, but when the auditor spoke to you and said we have a problem, anybody pick up the phone call and say, Commerce, come on over, we need a visit, we need to talk before we end up. And then if you assume that there is more to it, then we go to South Dakota. But now we have a huge public mess on our hands.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hattlestead, we, during the entire course of the audit process, we provided legal counsel and representation to Commerce and invited Commerce during the whole process that if there was any questions about anything from a legal perspective that they were free to come to the lawyer and ask us. I think I come back to the way that statute is written and the way we've looked at it, which is once that report comes to us and says, hey, there may be a violation here, the statute simply requires us to investigate. I mean, we do not have discretion. It says shall investigate. And so I appreciate what you're saying, and I think that it is something that maybe we want to look at next session to turn it into May, because then you can get some of that discretion. But it was a different. I mean, it definitely is a difficult situation all around. I agree.
Representative Adams, you still have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hattlestead asked my question. Thank you.
Kaepernick, you still on board with a question?
Well, no, you made a comment, and I was just going to say, we are the gatekeeper, Mr. Chairman.
I know. Well, we used to be. All right, committee. Any other questions for the Attorney General? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, thank you.
All right, committee, are there any, I think we've covered Commerce pretty, I see, yeah, eyeballs floating over here. We've covered Commerce pretty well here. I believe we've kind of done everything we can. We've listened to everything we can. As I said earlier, the cows are out. We're going to wait till the herdsman from South Dakota gets us information as to where the cows are. And we'll wait for that. But at this point, I think we're just sitting back. We've got the information. And just for the new members, over the years, the committee generally, these things came before the committee, and then we made that determination as to whether or not things moved ahead rather than the way we're doing it now. So just why we keep inferring that, it's because that's the way it was. So not saying it was the right way or the wrong way, but it was traditionally done that way. So I'm just so the new members know. All right. We are going to move on then. I don't know that this. Yeah, we're going to see where we end up here in the next few minutes, and then we'll determine whether or not we take a break here because the chairman needs one. And we are to the mill and elevator see the mill and elevator is here. Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the audit of the mill and elevator is a financial statement audit. There were no findings, and it is an unmodified opinion. With that, I would conclude my presentation.
Okay, committee, any questions on the mill and elevator? Everything's going well at the mill?
It's going well.
Okay, and you've got, just quickly, answer. Just for the committee, you know, generally we have a little bit from the agencies have made travel all the way from Grand Forks. I'd like you to just kind of give us a quick overview of how things are going.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ed Barchinger. I'm the CFO at the North Dakota Mill and Elevator. At this point in time, things are going well for us. The crop, as we know, the grain crop has been trying at times. It's been very wet. You know, farmers are having a whole big issue. But it is working well for us.
Okay.
Not as good as it has in the past, but it is working.
Representative Kempening has some grain to sell.
Yeah, well, that's one of the qualities that, what are you finding? Because that's one of the big things, I'd say probably close to half the wheat out there's got quality issues. What are you finding?
Representative Kempening, Mr. Chairman Klein, we have issues with some quality, but prior to them even coming in, we have everything graded. Or if they do come in, we run falling number tests on the wheat. And it has to hit a certain level, otherwise we have to reject it. It's not milling quality. It can't be used. A lot of elevators out there right now have bought their own machines to test that, and so they are testing prior to them coming in, and they put that number on the bill of lading, so that we're getting a lot of wheat coming in that is good. And most people know the quality that we do need, so if they know it's not meeting that quality, most of the time they won't even bring it in.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, because, well, most elevators, anything under 300 isn't even, you know, that's going into the feed category if it's under 300. But that's why I was just kind of wondering, where you guys, what are you looking more over, like 400 or what falling numbers, or where you guys at on when you bring it in?
Mr. Chairman, we're still using 300, but we will take down like 275, but there's discounts.
Okay. That's why, because like I said, there isn't, I mean, there's some good, but there's a good chunk of it that isn't.
It's very spotty out there.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Ed, for coming down. Appreciate it. All right, we are going to move on then to the Industrial Commission.
All right. Put that on the screen. Chairman, members of the committee, the Industrial Commission audit for the fiscal year ended 2018. We looked at some areas. This was also a clean audit.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation.
Most of the areas you covered there were revolved around abandoned wells. Is that, or was that just one of the, seems to be highlighted portion?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, we looked at the, I think the reclaimed wells, the abandoned wells, and found that everything is going the way it should be.
All right, any questions on the Industrial Commission? Seeing none, Public Service Commission.
All right. Okay, and Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we conducted the two-year operational audit, and we did find one exception is a lack of blanket bond coverage for a time period. The Public Service Commission was not protected against potential losses incurred by unlawful or dishonest activity on the part of an employee. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
So the blanket bond coverage was, what did that do? That that just saved everybody from, but obviously we didn't have a claim during that time, or?
Chairman, correct. There was no claim, but if there is anything fraudulent, embezzlement, that state bonding fund claim is designed to help make the agency whole while the individual involved in that fraudulent activity is prosecuted.
All right. Any questions on that? Any comments from the PSC? Representative Company has a question.
Well, I don't have one from the PSC, but I did have from the previous one. I wanted to, on the Industrial Commission, I wanted to.
On the Industrial Commission?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was wondering was how deep, when you do that, because there's so many segments of the Industrial Commission, it's kind of like the PSC, how deep where did you focus most of was it on the abandoned well fund or what? Because I was just kind of curious there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kemnick, yeah, that would have been the operational area that we would have looked into, and we do an overview of the laws in the program.
Of the whole Industrial Commission, or just the program? You just basically audited the abandoned well fund program?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kemnick, that would be correct. The operational area that we selected was that abandoned well program.
Okay.
We do conduct our financial testing agency-wide, but we looked at that operational area.
Okay, that's why I was just curious, because I was just reading through it. It gave me a little time to get through it, and I was mostly focused on the abandoned well, and that's why I was just kind of curious. So, okay, thank you.
All right, any PSC is good? Any comments? We're okay? All right, moving on then. School for the Deaf.
All right, I'll get to that one-page summary. Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, with the School for the Deaf, we did have one finding, non-compliance with procurement, finding 19-01. The North Dakota School for the Deaf did not comply with North Dakota State Procurement Manual. On 3 of 17 transactions tested were not properly procured, resulting in an 18% error rate. The School for the Deaf failed to obtain bids or requests for proposals and did not maintain proper documentation. Therefore, we recommend North Dakota School for the Deaf properly procure commodities and services in compliance with North Dakota State Procurement Manual. The agency response was that NDSD acknowledges the 3 transactions that did not comply with procurement rules. All affected staff took refresher courses in procurement subsequent to the transaction dates in question. In addition, we have met with each affected individual to review the specifics of the transactions and implement corrective action for future transactions. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
All right, any questions? The financial assessments of the School for the Deaf, I mean, you're just taking an overview and you found, what's all included in that? Are you just making, we're talking primarily some, a couple of transactions or some transactions. Is it like a big deal, or is it just they didn't follow the proper procedures and are learning by this?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, we conduct a sample of the procurements conducted, and we pulled that sample of, I think we say here 17 of those transactions, and then 3 of them that we tested did not meet all of the requirements.
Okay. Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Auditor, why is it that, do we know, or I don't see anything in the report as I'm having to look at it really fast, about why the rental of space at the School for the Deaf is significantly different, and also about repairs and maintenance. So did you have any comments on that in the audit?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, I would defer to the agency to answer comments like that.
And I believe they're here. Yes. Judy, all right, Senator Lee, would you like that? There's a gentleman here from the School for the Deaf. Okay. Exactly. No, that's what we're here for.
Perhaps this gentleman could also tell us how many students are served there and what their other services are outside the school.
Still, good morning. I'm Michael Waugh from the School for the Deaf. I'm the business manager and not an programs person, but hopefully I can respond. We've had a number of improvements to our physical plants over the last biennium or 2, where we've done improvements, extraordinary repairs, things of that nature, would increase that which is reported in those lines. And that's kind of most things. It goes in a cycle. Whenever you do it, it goes out. So is that your basic question? Okay.
Continue.
Are you renting additional space? I know there was a fair amount of underutilized space the last time I checked.
Most of we have an older campus, which we had a full-blown school at one time. Most of our campus extra space is rented out. For example, we have a Head Start program with 120 kids that rents our old school building. Department of Commerce has got a small building there. Protection and Advocacy. Everyone in the community uses parts of our campus, particularly the pool.
Good.
But that's pretty common.
Continue.
Can you get, Mr. Chairman and Michael, if you could please just tell us how many students are served now?
Well, there are about 20 on campus. There are about 30 to 40 that are in the 0 to 3. And then I think around the state, our parent infant program will go out to anyone in the state school system that needs help, and we'll help them with students with those special needs. So I'm not sure how many, 150 maybe. So.
May I have one quick...
Continue.
A few years ago, I believe that we changed the statute so that the School for the Deaf could use the really great professionals you have there to serve people not in the school system. And so can you just take 30 seconds to tell the people who might not know about that how you might serve elderly people in nursing homes and things like that?
We have an adult services program who reach out to all areas of the state as well, and they specialize in newly deaf individuals. They'll try to help them cope with their changing perceptions and how they hear and see things, trying to help them lead a more vigorous lifestyle, and that could be at home, in the nursing home. Recently, they've been going out to the highway patrols, et cetera, trying to giving out information. So how do you deal with a deaf driver? Things like that. So it's a whole broad spectrum of things that they do for the deaf and hard of hearing individuals, from cradle to the end of life, I guess. So. Okay.
All right. Any other question for Michael? Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, it's 10 before the hour. I know I'm losing a few people to the restroom. We aren't quite to our 10:05 agenda item. So the chairman is going to, we're going to take a half hour. We're going to be back at 12:20. So use the restroom. If you think you need a quick bite, go for it. But we're going to start right at 12:20 because I know there's people here that we're sure that we were going to get this done this morning, but we're going to be close. So sorry, media, but 12:20, be back. We'll see you soon.
We're going to, let's see, the 11:40, I believe we are going to move up to right now because there's someone who has to travel on this afternoon, and depending on how long we go, Dr. Richmond, you want to give your presentation to address the findings included, and so we're going to move ahead a little in the agenda so everyone is aware.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Richmond, and I proudly serve as the president of North Dakota State College of Science. First of all, let me thank you and sign of gratitude for adjusting your schedules as I have to fly out to be in Chicago tonight, so I appreciate your flexibility. More importantly, I'm here to provide an update on the NDSCS performance audit from your last meeting. Again, I'd like the committee to understand that our culture on our campus is about continuous improvement. And we look at this audit as we do all audits. We look at this as other accreditation feedback that we get across the campus as an opportunity to learn and as an opportunity to improve. This audit presented us with several opportunities to learn and improve. And collectively, as a campus community, and in collaboration with Chancellor Hagerott in this university system office, under the direction of the State Board of Higher Education, we have created approximately 40 action items that address the recommendations that came from this audit. The report as of October 29th was sent electronically to you, and then this morning under a separate email, a spreadsheet form, a tracking form if you will, was also sent to you electronically. This represents the approximately 40 action items, the dates that we have submitted to the Chancellor and his staff, the approval from he and his staff. This is how we are tracking the progress on us accomplishing the 40 items that we believe will significantly improve our processes pertaining to this performance audit. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd entertain any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Richmond? I guess everyone has seen the state's attorney in Cass County speaking about some of the discussion we've had in the past on the college and the communications company. It seems that people have been exonerated. I don't know if there's any comment to that, but I just wanted to say that I'm glad the process has worked out and due process has been had. So, Senator Jay Lee.
At our last meeting, there was discussion about an email and the ability of the State College of Science to be able to ask department heads for details in order to answer the request of the auditor properly, and the auditor said he had not denied access to the administration there to get them. I have a copy of the email which says that the auditor, the request was submitted to the state auditor's office and none were approved to receive the report or its contents, and I think that it's important that we know that. So I'm
just bringing it up.
Part of the record.
All right. All right, any other questions before we leave for Chicago? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks for coming by, and have a safe trip.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go then back to the state library. Is the okay? Yeah, there's the auditor in the shadow of his auditor.
Hard copies.
Okay, nice. This is what we were all looking for. And there's more.
Yeah. Okay. One for each of us.
If you want
it. I sense a misappropriation of funds there.
You should audit that. Mr. Chairman, is that authorization to follow up on that in our next audit?
We'll take a vote of the committee.
Okay, let's see here. Sorry. I was distracted by the mountains of paperwork. State library. The highlights page. All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we have the state library audit for the 2-year period ended June 30th, 2019. In this audit, we found we had 4 findings. Finding 19-01, non-compliance with appropriation laws. The state library violated state law for appropriation authorized by the legislature in the 2017 session laws by inconsistently charging similar costs between the operating expense line and the grants line. This resulted in $79,766 of costs charged to grants that should have instead been charged to operating expenses. If these costs had been charged correctly, the state library would have exceeded appropriation in the operating expense line by $16,111. Therefore, we recommend the state library comply with appropriation laws by ensuring costs are charged to the proper appropriation lines. The library response was that they agree with the audit recommendation. The state library will comply with appropriation laws by ensuring costs are charged to the proper appropriation lines. Audit finding 19-02, non-compliance with appropriation laws for grants to public libraries. What we uncovered is the state library violated state law for appropriation authorized by the legislature in the 2017 session.
laws related to state aid to public libraries for the biennium. The state library exceeded the amount appropriated by $19,092. Therefore, we recommend the state library comply with appropriation laws related to the state aid to public libraries by ensuring accurate distribution. The library response was that they agree with the audit recommendation 19-02. The state library will comply with appropriation laws related to state aid to public libraries by ensuring accurate distribution. Finding 19-03, improper distribution of state aid to public libraries. The state library made incorrect eligibility determination for 3 of the 97 public libraries that received state aid in fiscal year 2018. 2 public libraries were not eligible to receive state aid. However, both received state aid totaling $12,458. Additionally, a 3rd public library did not receive $19,038 initially, even though it met the criteria for state aid. North Dakota Century Code Section 5424.2-02.2 states in part that the public library is not eligible to receive funds under that chapter during the fiscal year if the governing body has diminished from the average of the 3 preceding fiscal years the appropriation in dollars derived from the middle levy for public library services under North Dakota Century Code Section 40-38-02. The calculation used to determine the state aid to the public libraries was altered for select public libraries for the public libraries to be eligible for state aid for the fiscal year 2018 distribution. The state library incorrectly included other public funds not derived from the mill levy in the local share funding calculation. For the fiscal year 2019 distribution, the state library corrected the calculation to exclude other public funds. However, incorrect amounts were carried forward from the calculation from prior years to determine eligibility. Therefore, we recommend the state library ensure eligibility is properly determined to calculate the state aid distribution. The state library response was that they agree with the audit recommendation 19-03. The state library will ensure eligibility is properly determined to calculate the state aid distribution. Finding 19-04, lack of city county auditor certified applications. The state library used an incorrect taxable valuation to calculate a public library's incentive for local funding. The state library has been filling in certain fields of the state financial aid application for the public libraries. Some of the information is obtained from the North Dakota Tax Department instead of having the public libraries complete the application and have the information certified by the auditors or of the city or county operating library as required by law. Therefore, we recommend the state library discontinue the practice of populating portions of the state financial aid applications for public libraries and ensure the applications are certified by the auditors of the city or county operating the library. The library response is that the state library agrees with the audit recommendation 19-04. The state library will discontinue the practice of populating portions of the state financial aid application for public libraries and ensure the applications are certified by the auditors of the city or county operating the library. Mr. Chairman, this audit also has potential violations of appropriation laws. Therefore, following the same procedure as Commerce, we have informed the Attorney General's office of this audit report, and then it is in their court. With that, I will stand to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, any questions for the auditor? All right, we may have some additional questions because I'm wondering if the state library is here to a couple of things. I might first ask, I'm going to ask the state library to come up and explain that. Also, I'm going to ask why the North Dakota Legislative Council didn't lack guidance to the state library. Alan, can you tell us why you guys didn't do give them any help? It's in on top of page 3, I believe.
Well, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I think the reference in the audit report is to both OMB and Legislative Council. I mean, after the appropriation is made, it's not our responsibility to tell agencies where to charge their expenses to. But OMB has significant guidelines out there. As part of the budget request forms, information is provided on detailed grants as far as what's included in the grants line. And same thing with operating expenses. There's a lot of specific object codes related to operating expenses. And then after the fact, OMB has like 14 pages of revenue and expenditure accounts that detail all the different types of expenses. So, so I guess I'm not sure what more guidance needs to be provided to the agencies, but you know, there's a lot of information out there at this point.
Well, it's good to see your name in the paper here. Go ahead.
I just needed more clarification, Alan, but Legislative Council works for us and does guidance for us, not for the state library, correct?
Correct, yeah. And we work with OMB and, you know, the budget request information and all that, so.
So I could ask the auditor, why is Legislative Council listed in here?
Well, we'll get our shot at it.
Okay. All right, we'll let library talk first.
Go ahead, for the record.
Cindy Claremont-Schmidt from the North Dakota State Library, and we do get guidance from OMB, and I made some errors in judgment.
Is your mic on?
Pardon?
Your mic? Your mic?
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go, that's better.
Should I start over? Yeah. Okay. Cindy Claremont-Schmidt from the State Library, and I made some choices that apparently were wrong about charging our online databases to a grant line item. We consider them like grants, but as the auditor pointed out, technically they are not grants, so that of course is something that we're not going to be doing again. And then the last three findings are about state aid, and what we're doing is we are reworking the spreadsheets and the procedures for our state aid process, and we're working with the Attorney General's office to develop a process so that the city and county auditors can certify the final applications. In the past, we've operated under the assumption that when the city and the county auditors report to the tax department, the mill levies, that was good enough, but now the auditors have asked us to do an additional step and have them actually sign off on the actual application.
Okay. Any questions for Cindy? Cindy, you've just been doing business the way you've always done business, or was this particular audit, these findings are different than they normally would be? But can you just kind of, did some of these things come as a surprise to you or new? Just wondering.
I guess I would describe it as just a checkup, that we need to be more careful about how we're processing the state aid applications and the eligibilities.
Okay. So, was there any money misappropriated, or that you wished you wouldn't have done, or?
Well, according to what the auditor pointed out, 2 libraries received grants. We included other monies along with their mill levy, and should not have, so they should not have received state aid. And so we will be more accurate in the future on that and only use the mill levy money.
Okay. Now, you heard the auditor suggest that this is rising to a level that he's going to be going on to the Attorney General these findings. I hope you're ready to answer all those questions that may be coming your way, because certainly nobody wants to be put in that position, but you will be.
I certainly will be available.
You're aware of that, how that's going to be happening, correct?
Well, I am now.
All right. Representative Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then on the grants that were given out to these 2 entities, did you recover those grants, or what happens with the $12,458?
We have not taken additional steps beyond what the audit recommendations are, so I guess we'll have to go to our Attorney General Counsel to find out what the next step would be.
Okay, thank you.
When you made those, you assumed you were following the rules, other than
right.
You didn't give these 2 grants of the $12,458 just
no,
because somebody in Pheasant is your friend and you wanted to make sure that they had a nice library.
No.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, quick question
Thank you,
coming
Mr.
from
Chairman.
Representative Nathan.
So, I see here in the audit, you don't dispute anything that they found, and I appreciate that. You agree that things need to be worked on. Did you have any other conversations before this audit was kicked out, saying, hey, honest mistake, we did this, we did that, I'm learning here? Did you have any of those conversations?
With the auditors?
With the office, yeah.
Yes, we were in the process of 3 or 4 months, and as they brought forth these, we discussed it and discussed ways to do it correctly, so definitely.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, we'll be moving on then. Okay.
Can I ask one question to Troy in regards to this audit?
Certainly. Oh, Troy's hiding behind the podium. Representative Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Troy, in regards to this being charged now criminally, are you guys going to, is it too early to tell? You guys taking this on, or are you also referring this to somebody else?
For the record.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Troy Seibel, Chief Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, we just started receipt of the letter from the auditor making the referral to our office. And so we are still reviewing it and assessing it and figuring out what is the best way to proceed with regards to the audit with the letter. And so we're still figuring out what's the best way to do.
So help me through Troy, even from the testimony you gave us this afternoon. So in regards to the state library, and you said, hey, they'll need to get their own lawyers. So when they're being charged, is the lady before you being charged personally, or is it the department that's being charged? I'm a little confused from yesterday, from our conversation earlier.
Sure, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nathan. I think that we want to make sure that we clarify that there's a difference between something being looked at for potential criminal charges and actually being charged.
Okay.
In the event that there would be criminal charges, these would be charged against individuals. We're not looking at, these are not charges that would be filed against an agency. It would be something that would be filed against an individual. But again, that would be after an investigation is conducted and there was findings that it actually rose to the level of criminal activity.
And then one quick thing as far as them being reimbursed their fees. Do they have to be charged to be reimbursed, or do they get reimbursed if they're just if they have an investigator in front of them and they have their lawyer? How does that reimbursement thing work? Or exonerate? They have to be exonerated? You see what I'm saying? There's some confusion.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, I don't have the answer for that. I'd have to double check with risk management, with Todd Anderson at risk management to find out. Essentially what an individual would do is file a claim, and then risk management does this all the time. They'll take a look and see, does the claim have merit? Is it something the state should pay, or is it something that we're going to dispute and it's going to have to go to court? And I'm not sure exactly, and I don't want to misspeak, what level, how far does it have to go before Todd would look at reimbursing
When
it?
you talk to risk management and you get your answer, can you send it to the committee?
I sure will, yep.
Because I got questions since we talked this morning, and I don't know. I don't know.
Yep, sure.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a information type thing, when you farm these investigations out, like to Cass County in South Dakota, what do they cost? Obviously they're different ranges, but what is that costing?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schmidt, we didn't farm anything out to Cass County. That was actually, typically with criminal matters, the original jurisdiction lies with the state's attorneys, not with our office. And so we didn't farm anything out there. But as far as investigations go, when we work with South Dakota or Montana, there's no additional cost, just because it's kind of just a friendly relationship that we have with our counterparts in those states. So they don't actually charge us anything specifically for coming and doing the investigation.
So it's free?
Well, other than like mileage and per diem, but we would pay our agents the same thing. So I guess what I'm saying, it wouldn't be any additional cost.
Okay, so roughly how much is that? I have no idea.
That's going to run the gamut of how extensive the investigation is. We've got investigations where we'll have 4 or 5 agents on it for a year, and then we've got investigations where it's 1 agent for, a day. It just depends on how complex the alleged criminal activity is. Most of the time, our BCI guys are involved in the complex crimes. We're usually asked to come in and assist the political subdivisions with their more complex matters, and so usually we're on the case for a while. And so, but it really depends on the case about how much that might cost.
Representative Nathan.
I'll make it real quick. So the Wahpeton School of Science,
You didn't have anything to do with that? Was that just referred right to the Cass County?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nathy, the referral went to the Cass County State's Attorney's Office. When the Cass County State's Attorney's Office received it, given the fact that some of the allegations within the report were made against city commissioners in Fargo, both Cass County Sheriff's Department and Fargo City PD did not feel comfortable doing the investigation, and so the Cass County State's Attorney's Office asked our BCI to assist it in the investigation, and so we had an agent that conducted the investigation in the Wapaton matter. And then that agent made his report to the Cass County State's Attorney's Office to make a decision with regards to charges.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman, my question is for the auditor.
Okay, well, he's going to be up next again. So, any other questions for Troy? Seeing none, okay. Senator Lee.
My question is, since we've heard from Ms. Claremont-Schmidt that you had the conversations with her about how these changes could be made so that corrections were in place, so you knew that that was already underway, why did you feel compelled to report it as a potential criminal violation when it is apparently mistakes that were made, but they were looking at how to correct it? So why would you not have waited to see if they didn't do it and then hit some kind of follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, I think stating a criminal, putting criminal in there is not appropriate. Again, Century Code 440805.1 talks about any possible or any knowledge of a possible violation of expenditures, appropriation law. And we are, that any individual is required, it says shall, inform the Attorney General's office. The Auditor's Office does not make that determination. We have information before us that has the appearance of a potential violation. In both cases now, we had the client agree with the recommendations made. Under 440805.1, it says any public officer shall inform the Attorney General's office. We are merely adhering to the law because we have an audit report that states as such. It is the Attorney General's office then, through the investigation, to determine the intent.
Continue.
And you're quoting once again from the purchase card section and not the section which actually discusses the kind of circumstances I'm in right now, which I think is important as well. But if you, I guess the question for all of these people here, this we should have probably asked it in several other cases, but was there criminal intent? And the second question is, was there evidence of a cover-up? And I don't see either of those in place, certainly for the library, but for the others as well. Now, I don't get to vote on that kind of thing because that farm animal has left whatever it was in. But I think that that's an important distinction here, is whether or not there was criminal intent and whether or not there was any intention or effort to cover up. Instead, what I've heard in each of the cases today is that the people who recognized that they needed to do a different kind of documentation or do one thing different from another, which is what the purpose of an audit is to find, instead of being allowed to work collaboratively with the auditors to fix it and make sure that everything was good, they are being publicly chastised in many ways that people aren't going to read the exonerations nearly as quickly as they're reading the columns about their criticisms. I believe in transparency and accountability and appropriate handling of financial resources, of course. But I don't understand why it would be so hard for you to work with the audited entity to work towards the solution and then recognize that it was a mistake, which, I don't know, most of us at the table have made one or two here and there, and that we're going to move forward with a corrective plan in mind. I think it's an entirely different thing in reporting it to law enforcement. And I can't imagine why it has to be done.
Well, and if I was the librarian and you asked all these questions, and I would say, yeah, I agree, we'll fix it. But obviously, once again, those critters are gone.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the law does not give the discretion to make that determination. It is not, it doesn't say if a mistake was made.
Obviously, we're
It
reading
says-
the law more literally than we ever have, because, once again, I gotta believe that in years gone by, that these things happen, but we were able to fix them. And obviously, we didn't fix them, because now they're all boiling to the top, and now we're getting that. So, all right, Alan,
Just
go
to point
ahead.
out in that section that the auditor is referencing, in subsection 4 where it talks about improperly approving payments, it does say any public officer or employee who knowingly approves a payment for false or unlawful claims is subject to prosecution under this section. So I mean, it has to be the knowingly part.
Well, then we have another case where, if obviously she didn't knowingly do this, but it doesn't matter if she knowingly, willfully, or what's the other one? Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the audit is never going to determine any intent or any of that additional information. We only have at face value if the transaction occurred according with the laws. That is beyond the scope of the auditor's office. We don't do that level of work. You are now getting into investigative work, and that is conducted by the Attorney General's office. So this is, I mean, there is a clear separation here, and I think this discussion is trying to blur that line. And it's trying to create overlap that is not going to exist, and it never will exist. We're not going to get to the point to talk about the intent behind it. The auditor's office does not do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nathan.
Mr. Chairman, I would answer that and say that LAFRC does that. That's why we have LAFRC, is to run this and vet this through, hear both sides. We work arm in arm with the auditor. Is this worth to go upstairs to the AG's office and file a criminal complaint? But in these cases, we've been usurped. You go around us, you're not talking to us. This is what we're here for. I mean, if we're not here for this, then why are we here? I mean, that's why we're here. You have these things, and you're right, you have to report it. Report it to the legislature and say, this is what I found, let's work on this and let's dig into this, versus going to file these criminal complaints and upend these people's lives and reputations. I mean, you have right here, and you heard this morning, we heard both sides of the story. So I guess my answer would, you know, you do what you believe in, that's your right. But that's what LAFRC is here for, is to vet it.
Okay, I think that was a comment, so we're going to move on. We have a question. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, forgive my lack of an experience here, but what I understood what this committee was for is so that we could understand the problems in government and then we can make good law afterwards. What I understand his job, referring to the auditor, is that we didn't elect him, the people did, and he's accountable to the people. And by him enforcing this law here, which I did ask the Troy from Attorney General there, he said we fall under this same law, that if we would know about corruption, we are required to inform the AG's office as well. My understanding is he's doing his job. I don't understand why we have a problem with this. He is simply informing the people of how their funds are being spent. So I don't see that we have power over the state's over the auditor's office to tell him if he should be following the law or not. It's pretty straight out here. And again, I haven't been here very long, so you could chalk it up to my inexperience, but that's in black and white, what this committee is supposed to be doing, whether we're embarrassed about it or whatnot. I say transparency is good, and daylight is the best disinfectant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, moving on then to the North Dakota Vision Services.
Chair, members of the committee, the two-year audit conducted on the North Dakota Vision Services School for the Blind was conducted, and we did not identify any exceptions or defaults. There were no findings or recommendations. That concludes my presentation.
All right, committee, any questions? Any questions on that one? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the Council on the Arts.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the two-year audit on North Dakota Council on the Arts was conducted. This audit did not identify any exceptions or defaults. It is a clean audit. That concludes my presentation.
All right, any questions? I see our overview would suggest, is there anyone here from the Council on the Arts? Seeing none, all right, then we'll move along. The Beef Commission. Someone's here from there, I know that. What's for dinner?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the two-year audit on the Beef Commission, this is a financial statement audit. There were no findings, and it does have an unmodified opinion. That concludes my presentation.
There was any questions? There was a note on the overview copy on a $450,000 investment. Nancy Jo, do you know anything about that? Is that like a CD somewhere, or just invested in your cattle ranch?
Yeah, right. Committee members, I'm Nancy Jo Bateman, Executive Director of the North Dakota Beef Commission. And that would be CDs. We have 4 CDs that rotate throughout the year.
All right, any other questions for Nancy Jo before we let her go? All right, with that, thank you.
If you do need, I wouldn't do my job unless I offered assistance. If you need good directions on prime rib for the holidays, feel free to call.
All right, the infamous Soybean Council.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the two-year audit on the Soybean Council, this is a financial statement audit. We do have 2 recommendations. 19.1, preparation of financial statements. The Soybean Council does not have an internal control system or financial reporting designed to provide for the preparation of the financial statements, including the accompanying no disclosures as required by generally accepted accounting standards. Therefore, we recommend we recognize the Soybean Council is not staffed with personnel fully knowledgeable of GAAP. However, it is important that they are aware of this weakness and that management accepts responsibility for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with GAAP, even if the auditor assisted in drafting those financial statements. The Soybean Council response was they agree, and DSC is aware that there's a risk in having the auditor's office prepare and approve our financial statements and no disclosures. The Soybean Council is not staffed with personnel fully knowledgeable of GAAP. Due to this, we will continue to have the State Auditor's Office prepare our financial statements and no disclosures for our annual audit. Finding 19-2, non-compliance surrounding procurement. We noted the following issues surrounding procurement. A contract was entered into for renting out a venue without properly soliciting informal quotes or bids or proposals from at least 3 vendors. A contract was entered for revising, editing, and redesigning the review process for board, staff, and executive director without properly soliciting informal quotes and bids or proposals from at least 3 vendors. A contract was entered into for an expo media production service without properly soliciting informal quotes or bids or proposals from at least 3 vendors. Therefore, we recommend the Soybean Council review, understand, and adhere to the state procurement practices and work with OMB as necessary to properly procure commodities and services. The council response was they agree. The NDSC understands the need to comply with state procurement guidelines and plans to continue doing so. We have one employee dedicated to overseeing the procurement process who is level 3 certified. We have 2 employees who also make many of the NDSC purchases who are level 2 certified. This will help ensure that procurement guidelines are followed consistently throughout the year. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? So why doesn't this one reach the level of finding that you would have the Attorney General's office involved? Because we've got procurement issues, we've got some dollars that we don't seem to, there's bidding process. Why doesn't this one reach that level? What's the formula you use to turn them in? I'm wondering, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. At this time, we were looking at more misappropriation of funds. If there is misspending, right here, this is more of a documentation issue. This is more of an issue where if the committee here thinks that there is something pertinent or able to be referred, we would leave it to you. But in the last 2 cases where we did refer it, it was a clear misappropriation of funds where they exceeded their spending levels.
Okay. All right. Any questions, any additional questions on the soybean? Council, soybean dude, do you want to say anything, or are you okay?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're okay.
You're okay? All right. We are now, we made it to our 10:05. Bismarck State College.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we conducted the 2-year audit of Bismarck State College for the period ended June 2018. We do have one finding. Finding 18-01, evidence supporting tenure of faculty was not maintained. Bismarck State College did not maintain proper documentation on how the decision to grant tenure was reached. 3 applicants were granted tenure during the 17-18 school year. In all cases, BSE did not maintain the necessary supporting documentation for granting tenure to faculty. Therefore, we recommend Bismarck State College maintain supporting documentation for granting tenure to faculty. BSE response was that they agree. BSE did keep the supporting documentation for granting tenure throughout the approval process from the State Board of Higher Education and up to the final decision. The portfolio was then returned to the faculty due to the size of the portfolio. In the future, BSE will scan the required documentation for supporting evidence under the granting of tenure policy. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions on well, I'm looking at the travel meal reimbursement. Obviously, there's a timing on that issue that is requires you to note that.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. That was not in my notes here, so let me. Chairman, my apologies. There are 2 more findings. Finding 18-02, Bismarck State College did not comply with the State Board of Higher Ed Purchasing Procedures Manual. 11 of 40 transactions tested were not properly procured, resulting in a 28% error rate. 6 of the transactions totaling $76,000 related to separate printing jobs that were purchased from the same company without BSC soliciting informal quotes or proposals. 4 purchases of commodity transactions totaling $29,000 were made without soliciting informal quotes or proposals from more than one vendor. These transactions were related to the purchase of countertops, fertilizer, arcade games, and flooring. 1 purchase and service transaction for $11,140 was made without soliciting informal quotes or proposals from more than one vendor. This transaction was related to the purchasing of excavating, water line installation, and backfill services. Therefore, we recommend BSC properly procure commodities and services in compliance with North Dakota State Board of Higher Ed Policy, Purchasing Procedures Manual. BSC did agree. BSC management were unclear of the per item cost versus multiple purchases and how this applies to the policy. BSC will follow up with additional procurement training for faculty and staff on multiple purchases and to clarify the requirements. 18-03 finding was non-compliance with travel meal reimbursement policy. Bismarck State College did not comply with meal reimbursement policies for employees during the audit period. 182 out of 675 meal reimbursements, or 27%, totaling $25,368, were made based on system default start and end times of 12 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. rather than the actual time the employee was traveling. Therefore, we recommend Bismarck State College comply with travel meal reimbursement policies based on actual times and the employee is traveling. BSC agrees. BSC is updating the policy to provide clarification of allowable travel expenses. BSC accounting staff will implement a mandatory required time entry on expense reimbursements. Also, BSC will provide additional training regarding this updated policy.
So there was, once again, it's just policy and there was no money involved? I'm just trying to understand which ones we pick and which ones we don't. I saw $25,000.
You're going back to the referral?
The $25,000 tooling were made based on a system default start. Does that mean they just were made in the wrong period, or were they made just erroneously, and that $25,000 should have stayed in the college's account?
I'll have to look into that, Mr. Chairman. The referral law that we are now looking at was something that we uncovered recently. The fact that it states that we shall possibly need to go back and relook at some of these audits and inform the Attorney General's office.
Sure.
But that was a new discovery in our office. It's not something that I myself was aware of and staff was aware of 440805 law.
And neither were many of us.
Many others.
Yeah.
It's been a learning opportunity.
Okay, any other questions on the Bismarck State College? Senator Caliano.
Mr. Chairman, since that issue was brought up again, just not necessarily on this, but just on this section of code, I mean, I'm just trying to understand when it, like the language in the code talks about knowingly, you know, to know whether it, I mean, contains no false claims, or to knowingly approve a payment for false or unlawful claims. But, I mean, you've reiterated that your office doesn't determine intent. And so how do you determine whether something was knowingly done? To say that you're bound by this to refer it?
Senator Klein, Senator Caliano, the section C there under number 1, it's a payment for expenditure other than travel expense if the expenditure is lawful and the payment contains no false claims. When we looked at the invoice specifically for commerce, there was a payment made with no work being done in accordance with OMB policies. That would be the criteria of a false claim.
But in that case, wasn't there a July 21st invoice?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that that invoice talked about the contract amount. Mm-hmm. We don't pay based on contract amounts until the work is completed. And the issue at hand was that the payment was made, there was no work performed for that payment.
Okay.
The state of North Dakota did not receive anything at the time that payment was issued. That is really the issue at hand. That's where the advance payment problem comes in, which is a contract violation. And that's how...
Well, we aren't going to go back there, because, anyway, any other questions? Because you can bring up a lot of questions here. All right, anything else on Bismarck State College? All right, moving on to Dakota College at Bottom.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the 2-year audit of the College at Botno for the period ended June 2018. We do have 4 findings. Finding 18-01, non-compliance surrounding faculty personnel files. Dakota College at Bottineau was not in compliance with North Dakota Century Code and State Board of Higher Ed policy surrounding faculty personnel files. The required annual or student evaluations for all 14 faculty that were tested were either not performed or were located elsewhere. 8 faculty did not have annual evaluations performed, and 4 faculty did not have student evaluations performed. Therefore, we recommend Dakota College at Bottineau perform evaluations and maintain an official personnel file as required to ensure compliance with North Dakota Century Code, State Board of Higher Ed policy, and Dakota College at Bottineau's employee handbook. The college response was they agree. DCB will perform annual evaluations and develop a process to ensure the proper maintenance of personnel files. Finding 18-02, non-compliance with travel expenses. Dakota College at Bottineau was not in compliance with travel law for 5 of the 25 travel expenses tested. Team meals did not include a listing of who was in attendance, 16% of the group travel report. A lodging expense, which was one of the 5, was reimbursed for the full government service administration rate. Therefore, we recommend Dakota College at Bottineau ensure proper documentation is attached for team travel expense and that only allowable GSA rate for lodging is reimbursed. The Dakota College at Bottineau agrees. DCB will ensure proper documentation is attached for team travel expenses and use allowable GSA lodging rates. Finding 18-03, non-compliance over student waivers. Dakota College at Bottineau had insufficient support to substantiate the North Dakota Veteran Dependent Tuition Waiver and the Resident Assistant Waiver that were given to students for 3 out of the 25 tested. Therefore, we recommend Dakota College at Bottineau develop documented policies and retain adequate support for awarding student tuition waivers to ensure compliance with North Dakota Century Code and State Board of Higher Ed policy. DCB agrees. DCB will develop a policy to ensure student tuition waivers are in compliance with North Dakota Century Code and State Board of Higher Ed policy. Finding 18-04, inefficiency surrounding purchasing card transactions. There was a lack of efficiency surrounding the P-card process. Every transaction tested of the 25 had at least one request for payment form completed, and 8 out of 25 test items had multiple RFPs completed requiring additional copies of the receipts along with multiple signatures from each allocated department. So really they were preparing a lot more documentation than really necessary. The P-card is supposed to streamline the process, and they went actually the other direction. So we recommend Dakota College at Bottineau discontinue the additional paperwork and adhere to NDUS procedures to properly and efficiently administer the P-card program. The college agrees. DCB will agree to streamline the process. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
All right. Any questions on Dakota College at Bottineau? Any questions? See none? All right, Mr. Leader Dickinson.
They're guilty.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Dickinson State University audit for the period ended June 2018. In this audit, we have 8 findings with recommendations. Finding 18-01, student evaluations were not performed. We note that 9 out of the 15 adjunct faculty contracts tested did not have the required student evaluation of the instructors performed. Therefore, we recommend that Dickinson State University follow the policies in their faculty and adjunct faculty handbooks regarding the frequency of required student evaluations for adjunct faculty. DSU agrees and is going to train departments on what needs to be collected before the semester is over for each class. Finding 18-02, lack of an annual operating agreement with Edgewood Hawks Point. DSU entered into an agreement with DSU Heritage Foundation and Edgewood Hawks Point. Under this agreement, the parties intended to negotiate an additional agreement to provide Edgewood Hawks Point residents with access to DSU programs and services such as athletics, theater, music, multicultural programming, and the Saxon Library Interlibrary Loan Program. In exchange, Edgewood was to make payments to DSU, the DSU Heritage Foundation, and or contribute scholarship dollars to the DSU Heritage Foundation. As of June 30th, 2018, DSU has not received any payments. However, the foundation annually meets with Edgewood to discuss pledge amounts for the upcoming school year. All of this has occurred without a formalized agreement. Therefore, we recommend that DSU negotiate an annual agreement with Edgewood Hawks Point to set forth the terms under which DSU will provide Hawks Point residents with access to programs and services and the payments that DSU and DSU Heritage Foundation are to receive for providing this access. Finding 18-03, non-compliance with contract requirements. Dickinson State University failed to properly review an 8-year contract for their bookstore services. Elements of the contract that were missed include a required provision which requires a performance review every 2 years on contracts that are longer than 3 years, and change from the proposal to the contract in how commissions would be received. Therefore, we recommend that Dickinson State University properly review contracts to ensure all required provisions are included and there have been no significant changes from the proposal. DSU agrees to work with the AG's office on making sure all required provisions are included and the contract reflects the proposal. 18-04, there was a lack of blanket bond coverage. Dickinson State University did not have blanket bond coverage effective January 1st, 2018. Therefore, we recommend DSU obtain blanket bond coverage and ensure that coverage is renewed on a biennial basis. Dickinson State University agrees and will obtain a blanket bond coverage and ensure that it is renewed on a biennial basis. Finding 18-05, improper sharing of purchasing cards. We noted that 8 out of 30 purchase card transactions tested were made by someone other than the card holder. We recommend that Dickinson State University follow North Dakota University system procedures and not allow the sharing of purchasing cards. DSU agrees. Starting in April 2018, DSU worked on changing their practice from having one purchasing card for the whole department to determining which employees needed a purchasing card program for purchases. We no longer have one purchase card for a department and sharing of cards is no longer allowed. Finding 18-06, non-compliance with procurement requirements. Dickinson State University did not properly procure commodities and services based on North Dakota Century Code, ND US procedures, and DSU policies. 4 out of 12 applicable purchases were noted to not follow proper bidding requirements. 1 transaction did not fill out the required alternate procurement form for a service contract. 2 purchases were made by individuals who did not have the required training to make the purchases at that level. Therefore, we recommend that Dickinson State University properly procure commodities and services in compliance with Century Code, University System Procedure, and DSU policies. DSU's response was that they agreed to train employees on the proper levels of procurement based on their purchasing needs. This way, employees understand what's required for different purchases. Finding 18-07, improper recording of retainage. Dickinson State University has not been recording a retainage payable for capital projects in PeopleSoft. North Dakota Century Code Section 4801.2-13 states in part, a partial payment estimate must include a retainage of 10% of the estimate until a project is 50% completed, with no further retainage on estimates during the continuance of the contract unless unsatisfactory progress or performance is documented. The effect or the potential effect, if a retainage payable is not recorded in PeopleSoft, it will not roll up into the financial statements, therefore understate the liability. Therefore, we recommend DSU University properly record a retainage payable in PeopleSoft. Dickinson State University agrees to book the 10% retainage as a liability during the capital project. Finding 18-08, an inadequate nepotism conflict of interest policy. Dickinson State University lacks a policy for identifying, documenting, monitoring, and resolving conflicts of interest and nepotism issues. Therefore, we recommend that DSU develop and implement policies surrounding nepotism and conflicts of interest. Dickinson State University agrees to create a policy for nepotism and conflicts of interest. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
That's it? All right, Representative Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, on here where it has prior audit findings, and it talks about there's some of the same things are still happening. Are there any penalties for that, or is this committee supposed to address that in any way?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Trotter, Representative Kevnick, do you want to explain that one? Because that was something that you really...
Mr. Chairman, this committee can recommend funding for the next biennium, but I had a bill in, well, actually the House passed it, the Senate killed it, but would penalize them a percentage of their general fund funding, but we can, if it becomes an ongoing issue, we can recommend that we look at funding for the next biennium or for the next session.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These bonds keep coming up, and I realize, we started out as a state government that was a lot smaller and not many people were handling money and so on. Do you have any idea how much we're paying for all these bonds in every biennium? And my experience with bonds is they cost a lot and they don't protect you from much of anything.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nelson, it's my understanding the bonds that we're looking at are blanket bond coverage. That's administered by the insurance department in case there is fraud and embezzlement. I'm not aware that state agencies are paying for that. I don't know that local governments are paying for that. I don't know the specific details. It'd be a great question for them.
So that we're not actually paying for the bonds, just the insurance department is administering bonds?
Chairman, Representative Nelson, I believe that is a fund set up to help make agencies whole. If there is embezzlement or there's some fraudulent activity and somebody steals money, this fund comes in and helps make the agency whole so they can continue operating. Okay. The auditor's office, we actually get called in to conduct those fraud audits. I'm sad to say that we've done more of those recently than I care to admit. But what happens is the bonding fund restores the agency's funds, and then they go after and prosecute the individual to recover those that theft.
Okay,
And
so it's
we see
all
that
internal.
At state level, we see that at local level. I think in the last just couple of years, we've actually conducted, I want to say 4 or 5 of those fraud audits. And
Okay.
it's sad to see it happen.
Senator Caliana?
Mr. Chairman and Josh, can you explain to me how those blanket bond coverages lapse then, if it's just something internally covered? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Caliana, so agencies are required to apply every year or every 2 years to have that coverage. And I think just paperwork slips through the crack. I can, from my own example, especially in dealing with the PSC, it was a finding here in their report. The email that the insurance firm would send out is just a blanket email to everybody, and it doesn't specifically state. And so I received that email after being in the state auditor for about 10 months. So when I received it, I sent it to the staff within the auditor's office thinking, well, that's just our notification, not realizing that I may have still been on the contact list that they had for the PSC, and then the PSC's lost. And so if you miss that notification on this bonding fund and don't turn in the proper paperwork, then you're not covered. The reason for the paperwork, that's a great question. That would be something I would say insurance department. But why it's not automatic, I don't know.
All right, any, Representative Halstead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all of these findings that you have, what responsibilities higher ed state office have? Supervision, don't they have supervisory responsibilities? Shouldn't these things be checked by central office?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Halstead, that I would say that's a great question for somebody within higher ed.
We have somebody from higher ed is here, so we need that answered. We can get that right now.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Tammy Dolan. I'm with the University System Office. To answer your question, we do have a process in place. We have a person who monitors all the audit recommendations and asks the institutions to make sure they're making progress on that. However, it is the institution's responsibility to comply with audit recommendations and run their institutions. We don't and can't and shouldn't be in there making their day-to-day decisions. So we do monitor it. Our board's audit committee we asks for regular reports on that. We've recently been doing those more frequently so that our board is more involved in the actual progress towards these audit recommendations being accomplished. So yeah, we do monitor it, but it still is that institution's responsibility.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that the university has a responsibility. You set policy. Why aren't you responsible then for making sure that your people follow policy?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hattlestead, it's similar to a state agency. Laws are set, OMB sets policies, but the state agency is responsible for following those rules and implementing them. Same with higher ed. Our board does set policy. We do set procedures. We review these constantly. And we have a compliance office that gets out and looks at these. We've got an internal audit department that also does some auditing of these in order to make sure we're complying, but we can't catch everything. Obviously, it's apparent, that we didn't in these cases. But we do make every effort that we can.
Representative Nelson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, when you get down to the end of the year and you evaluate the presidents, does this go in the evaluation report when they don't comply?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nelson, the chancellor is informed of all of these things, and everything that goes on is considered during that evaluation process. Whether it's written in the actual evaluation is up to the chancellor and up to the situation that is actually occurring with the president.
Okay, thank you.
And that president's moving on. Dickinson.
Mr. Chairman, yes, President Mitchell has got another job in Kentucky, I believe, and he will be leaving not as a result of this audit or anything like that. Just he found a different
So the
job.
new president will need some coaching so they understand that there's a number of pages of audit findings.
Yes,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, and our office, me personally, several others in our office have been working very closely with Dickinson. They've had significant turnover in their financial area in the last year. We've been working very closely with them to make sure that
They've had
moving into
some
compliance.
issues over the last few years.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. So.
Great. Just rubbing it in.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on then to Minot State. Make sure everybody's awake.
As a DSU alumni, I don't like you rubbing it in. Mr. Chairman, let me go to this, all right. I'll open up the one-page summary. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we conducted the two-year audit of the Minot State University for the period ended June 2018. We do have four findings. Finding 18-01, non-compliance with State Board of Higher Ed immunization policy and related to NDUS procedure. We identified the following instances where Minot State University did not comply with State Board of Higher Ed Policy 506.1 and related NDUS procedure. MSU was unable to provide support of tuberculosis testing for one of the 9 newly admitted international students selected from countries considered by the U.S. health officials as high risk for tuberculosis. In total, MSU had approximately 38 newly admitted international students from high-risk countries for tuberculosis. MSU was unable to provide proof of immunization for 3 of the 20 students selected whose accounts were released from a medical hold for failure to comply with the immunization requirements. After the holds were released, these students were allowed to register for subsequent term, and then the holds were placed back on their account to circumvent NDUS procedure. MSU was unable to provide evidence of the tracking system used to facilitate the identification of students who are immunized and those who are not. The above instances of noncompliance were likely caused by Minot State University ineffective tracking of students who are immunized and those who are not. As a result, students are at risk, an increased risk of contracting a communicable disease in the event of an outbreak. We'd like to point out that the following instances where Minot State University did comply with the policy. MSU was able to provide either immunization records or approved exemption forms for all 18 on-campus students selected for MMR immunizations. And they were able to provide either immunization records or approved exemption forms for all 10 newly admitted on-campus students aged 21 and younger selected for immunity against meningococcal disease. And MSU, I may have mispronounced that, but I'm just an accountant. MSU has developed and implemented procedures to help ensure that all students subject to the immunization policy provide the required documentation of immunity. Therefore, we recommend Minot State University comply with State Board of Higher Ed immunization policy and related North Dakota University system procedures. MSU agrees. New procedures will be implemented by October 31st, 2019 to ensure compliance. Finding 18-02, limit access to release student health holds. We identified 5 individuals with access to release student health holds from student accounts that were not current employees of Minot State University's Student Health Division. Individuals identified with such access included 2 individuals employed by the Center for Extended Learning at the Minot Air Force Base, an individual employed in the registrar's office, a retired former director of student health, and a retired administrative assistant of student development. Therefore, we recommend Minot State University limit access to release student health record holds to Student Health Division employees responsible for tracking students who are immunized and those who are not. Minot State University agrees. Access has been restricted to only those Student Health Department employees responsible for tracking students who are immunized and those who are not. A policy will be implemented by October 31st, 2019. Finding 18-03, non-compliance with purchasing policies and procedures. Minot State University did not comply with State Board of Higher Education's purchasing policy and related North Dakota University system procedure. 7 out of 18 procurement transactions tested were considered errors. Errors included not obtaining the proper number of informal quotes, failure to use a formal bid process or a request for a proposal, and not maintaining proper bid documentation. Therefore, we recommend Minot State University comply with State Board of Higher Ed purchasing policy and related North Dakota University system procedures when purchasing commodities and services. MSU agrees. Minot State is formalizing delegated authorities and increasing our efforts to ensure the adequate documentation is obtained on all purchases of commodities and services. The policy will be finalized December 31st, 2019. Finding 18-04, non-compliance with capital project bidding requirements. Minot State University was unable to provide evidence that aspects of the following capital projects were properly bid. The Gordon B. Olson Library and the Herb Park Stadium air-supported seasonal dome. Therefore, we recommend Minot State University comply with bidding requirements related to capital projects. Minot State University agrees. Minot State is expanding its efforts to clarify and communicate policies to all departments and affiliated organizations on campus, as well as to centralize compliance efforts with purchasing officer. MSU will have processes in place by December 31st, 2019. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Senator Orrs.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance we could ask Tammy Dolan a question as to how this could possibly happen?
Well, once again, we're in a position where things are not happening and properly, and whether or not they knowingly, thank you, Senator Connie. So, yes, Tammy?
Yes, Tammy, if you would, please. I mean, for all the projects that's been bid out through the system over the last years, how could Minot be so far off on their learning curve?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Roars, that's a good question. I don't have all the details regarding all of this, but I did get a response back from Minot on this particular thing. They said I think it was a training issue and it was a documentation issue. So why they did it or how they were behind the curve with all the training that we do provide, I don't know the answer to. But they have improved their policy. We've streamlined some of our requirements to make it more clear how all the laws and rules. They were able to find some of the documentation afterwards, but due to turnover and everything, they couldn't find it during the audit. And that's on them, not the auditor's office. So Don't know why or how, but they are improving it, and they said that they have changed their procedures.
Representative Kepening.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Tammy, and this is, I've been thinking about this here since this morning. Are we clear, like the procedures and the policies that are in place, are they too onerous to are they comprehensive enough, or are they too comprehensive? Because we're not getting the results that we want, and there's, granted, there's a learning curve, and we got new people involved, there's no doubt about that, but I'm trying to figure out, on some of the, especially on these bidding and stuff, don't they at least have a shoebox that says Gordon B. Olson Library that you throw your bills in? I mean, I'm being facetious, but I mean, it'd be that simple, I mean, because if you got people turning over, then there should be some process in place of where that documentation goes, because obviously there must be bills getting, there must be stuff getting done that they're seeing, somebody's seeing something, but it's not getting into the right area. And that's what I'm just, is there something that we can do to, make this more user-friendly, I guess, to, because you can document all you want, but if the documents aren't there, it doesn't matter, and stuff on it. And I know we do that, like in the insurance industry, it gets to be very tough. You got to document. It comes down to pictures. Well, now technology's got it. You get these tiny scanners on the phone, and tiny scanner everything. I mean, is there something that we need to do, or what?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Kepening, I think that state procurement on the state side is extremely complicated. There's a lot of rules and regulations depending on what you're buying and what you're procuring. That's no excuse for non-compliance. I don't mean to imply that, but it's extremely complicated. We have worked with OMB in the last couple of years to better align higher ed and the state as far as the different thresholds and everything. So we're trying to make it less cumbersome. However, there's still a lot. There's no excuse for not having documentation or not knowing where that documentation is, I think, in this case. So,
Mr. Chairman, and I know this procurement, and I got with Joe, and we sat down with the head of procurement and stuff here last spring. And and it's not there, I mean, when we're talking to her and stuff, I think procurement understands that too, and, that we want to, because that is, I mean, that's a national thing, this procurement issue, it's not just local here. But that does get to be the rules are in place, and that's why I'm trying to figure out, is there something that, just to check like a flight checklist, like something, just you got 5 things that got to be, you got to make sure they're there. I think it'd save a lot of headaches and stuff down the road, because especially when you're turning personnel over, I mean, and I think that's part of the problem is we have there is turnover, and that's been one of the problems. But is there some way we can make this better, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kepening, there's always a way to make it better. As I said, we've been working with OMB, and there are a series of templates and guidelines that we should be following. Higher ed has slightly different rules. We're developing our templates too. So yes, there's always ways to make it better, and we continue to do that.
But Tammy, that's a theme we seem to be hearing all day, because the rules are complicated, and if you have turnover, you are going to probably miss some I's and T's that aren't properly dotted and crossed. And especially in higher ed, when you have another board who is overseeing the other boards, there's another layer, and when things like this happen, it's just, it's not surprising that other agencies aren't finding that they're out of compliance because they haven't found all those rules. So I see that, I hear that, and I don't know what that answer is either, but I know you and Representative Kaepernick are gonna work that out by the next session.
We will. No, and we continue in the board office to work through that and try to standardize some of these forms and rules to eliminate these errors and put documentation together in manual format and all of that. Along the state does that too. So it will take work, and we'll continue to work on it. I'd be glad to work with Representative Kaepernick to see what we
Well,
can
it's,
streamline.
Mr. Chair, you know, this procurement issue is, and it is, you know, when you're entrusted with public funds, you know, you want accountability for it. You know, you want to make sure that it's used where it's intended to use, because as long as you have something for it, it's not a problem, you know, but you know, and deadline, you know, I mean, there's not all of this ain't written in concrete either, but if we don't have some type of rules, you get to have a mess. And so there's reasons why these are in place. It's just, is there something we can do? Because like I said, this is something that last spring kept rearing up, this procurement issue, you know, just how stuff works through and stuff on it, because it is an issue, and it isn't just today. It's, you know, you can see it last year, but it has been getting steadily. You know, you're seeing, you know, little things continue. You know, it seems to be getting more prevalent, and I don't know if that's just the amount of activity, or if we've complicated something, or if we just don't have, you know, if we need, you know, the education or the, you know, awareness of what they are and stuff. But I know procurement is, we went through, like I said, last spring, I spent a little time, and it's complicated, there's no doubt about it. It is, and so.
Okay, any other questions for the university office or from the auditor on the Minot State? And we'll move on to University of North Dakota.
Chair, members of the committee, we conducted a two-year audit. We conducted a two-year audit of the University of North Dakota for the period ended June 2018. We did find, get back to my notes here. We did have two findings. The first finding, 18-01, non-compliance surrounding faculty personnel files. UND was not in compliance with North Dakota Century Code, State Board of Higher Ed policy, and UND faculty handbooks surrounding faculty personnel files. All 31 faculty that were tested had required personal information that was either not performed or located elsewhere, and 4 faculty did not have an annual evaluation performed. Therefore, we recommend that UND maintain an official personnel file and perform annual evaluations as required to ensure compliance with North Dakota Century Code, State Board of Higher Ed policy, and UND's faculty handbook. UND's response is that they agree. The Office of the Provost will formalize the existing procedure and better define what documents need to be in the official personnel files. The Office of the Provost will conduct random checks to confirm that the files are properly maintained in perceptive content. UND will follow up directly with the department that did not have the one annual faculty evaluation on file and ensure that policy is followed. UND will also reemphasize North Dakota Century Code, State Board of Higher Ed, and UND policy regarding annual evaluations during our Chair Leadership Institute and make guidance documents available. Finding 18-02, inadequate controls surrounding flex plates. UND does not have proper controls in place to ensure all remote site flex place work location documents are retained, approved, and properly tracked. Specifically, in the 14 employees we tested, we found 3 employees did not have agreements on file. 11 agreements tested were lacking proper approval. 5 employees did not have documentation of workers' compensation insurance. 13 employees did not have an HR evaluation performed. 7 employees did not have renewal or discontinuation forms completed. 4 employees did not have the proper equipment checkout documentation, and 4 employees tested were not on the flex place tracking spreadsheet. Therefore, we recommend UND implement controls to ensure all flex place agreements and supporting documentation are properly retained, approved, and tracked. UND response is they agree. A policy was written in 2016. The policy is currently under review, and the review was started prior to this audit. The The purpose of the review will assist in making changes that will ensure a better process, accountability, and controls, including retention of documents and tracking the approvals. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that concludes my presentation.
Any questions on that one? Any questions?
Was there a tenure?
Faculty tenure.
Okay. My apologies, must be. If there are too many findings in there, I'm losing my place. All right, let me, I think we've looked at that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if we issued a finding on faculty tenure. So we tested 5 of the 17. Sorry, the reason we don't have it is because the faculty tenure, the 5 of the 17 awarded were all found to have followed the established procedures and guidelines for granting tenure. So all of it occurred as it was supposed to. It was an area that we did look into. So my apologies. No news is good news, right?
All right, and are there anything else? Anyone see anything on the observation sheet that they have a question on? Talked about, I heard you talk about flex place employees. What are flex place employees like us?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. It was new to me when I read this audit. I would refer you to the university system.
Oh, okay, all right. Danny, flex place employees? You have to study it too, don't you?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do have to study it. Flex pace, that's the big one, sorry. It's just allowing people to work from other locations, I guess is the way I would summarize it. So they might, according to the audit report, they've got some employees that are in Colorado and South Dakota, Minnesota. So these people might work from different locations.
So when the
I think it's,
president
I've never heard it called that.
left his secretary, moved to wherever, and paid her, that would be a flex place employee.
You'd be a flexible.
No comment? You
Yeah.
guys get it.
Just saying. Just
saying, that would have
just
been an
being in my little
example.
head here. All right.
No, she's closer because he's.
All right, any other questions on the UND audit? Senator J. Lee.
There are some those were brought up on the legislative council handout. Interested in talking about the $27 million due to UND from a component unit. And can you tell us a little bit more about that?
$27 million in the component unit, what's that? The question was, there's number 3 on your observations, identifies nearly $27 million due to UND from a component unit. What's the component unit? What does that mean? All right, call in there.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Don Fleur, and I'm the director for the State Auditor's Office. A component unit is just another entity, but it's so closely tied to the management of the entity that it's considered one and the same. So in the financial statement world, we bring those numbers in and consider them to be one financial statement, instead of having separate financial statements.
So where's the 27 million?
I don't know specifically what the 27 million is in regards to. I would have to look into their financial. This was not a financial statement audit, it was an operational audit. So I don't know where that number's coming from.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Don? All right, seeing none. All right, thank you. Oh boy, the University System Office. Is the Attorney General still in here? Just checking.
Chair, members of the committee, the audit of the North Dakota University System for the period ended June 30, 2018, we did have 2 findings within our audit work. The first finding, 18-01, non-compliance surrounding procurement. As you've heard today, that's a common issue. Core Technology Services did not properly procure 5 of the 14 transactions tested, which totaled $3.2 million. Therefore, we recommend CTS properly procure commodities and services in compliance with North Dakota Century Code and North Dakota University System requirements. The University System Office, CTS partially agreed with the finding. CTS agrees that in 2 of the 5 cases that an alternate procurement process to document the variance for procurement procedures should have been conducted. CTS made changes to its practices after these procurements took place. In the other 3 cases, CTS feels the findings do not accurately reflect the current business process and circumstances surrounding the original procurement. The original procurement process was performed prior to CTS being a business entity in fiscal year 13. In 2 of the remaining 3 cases, a new procurement was performed either at the time or shortly following the transactions identified. In the final case, the original 2004 contract does reference an RFP. However, CTS is not in possession of, nor does CTS know of any documentation of the solicitation. CTS did re-sign a new contract in 2017 with current North Dakota University System terms and conditions, but felt policy wasn't clear that an alternate procurement was required to continue paying for support maintenance of an existing software product. To avoid future issues, CTS will adjust procedures starting June 7, 2019 to utilize the alternate procurement procedures to document when we're re-signing contracts to continue to provide existing IT services. Current practices already include regular reviews of software contracts to determine if the product should be continuing to be maintained or if there's a business need and funding available to perform a procurement. As these are decided, proper procurement processes are followed. However, it is important for us to note that until all software has been refreshed, findings such as this may continue to occur in the future. Finding 18-02, lack of approval of general ledger transactions. Core Technology Services did not approve journal entries for 27 out of the 32 tested. Therefore, we recommend that CTS review and approve journal entries before they are posted to the general ledger. The University System Office agrees with the recommendation. As of spring 2019, CTS has already implemented mandatory workflows for all journal entries, whether initiated in-house or not, are approved by the CTS controller. And if you read the one-page summary, we looked at the Minnesota North Dakota Reciprocity Agreement, and we do provide some information there. There is no funding on it. Mr. Chairman, that does conclude my presentation.
Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman, we spent a lot of time talking today about what's wrong and what we've done wrong. And I think, unfortunately, then we miss some of the things in these audits that say what's going right. And so I'm glad the auditor mentioned the Minnesota North Dakota Reciprocity. I asked the committee members to direct their attention very briefly to the top of the audit where it talks about how well it's working for North Dakota students. I think it's pretty neat.
Okay, there was a comment. Any questions then? It was good. Anyone else? Good. We'll move along then to the 1025. Tim?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Tim Porter, CFO at the Bank of North Dakota. I'm here to present the College Save audit for the accounting firm Landmark. It used to be called Thomas & Thomas, and they merged with another firm and changed their name. Landmark is actually chosen by the program manager, a census, chooses the auditor and also pays them. So this isn't anything that we have paid for, but we're presenting it because they can't be here today to present. You can see on pages 1 through 3, you can see the independent auditor's report. Landmark expressed an unqualified opinion regarding the accounting practices of the plan. Management discussion analysis, a lot of information on pages 7 through 14. If you turn to page 7, you can see that the plan's assets actually decreased by $14 million, in large part due to the equity markets last December. Now that has grown considerably since that point. So there was just a market adjustment in December that's reflected in those numbers. You can also see at the bottom of my testimony how the North Dakota numbers are doing. We're growing across the board. This is a really good program. It's a program that has potential to decrease the amount of debt that students have to take over time, and I think we're actually starting to see the benefits of that. I did provide another page that comes directly out of our performance highlights for September that shows the growth of the plan over the last 3 years and then up through the third quarter of 2019 in all of these categories: net assets, contributions, B&D match, and new baby match accounts. That's where we use the fees that we get from this program to fund those contributions for individuals that have new babies. They can get a $200 contribution, and then we also provide a match of up to $300 for people that meet the certain income specifications. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would entertain any questions.
Any questions for Tim? So, as Senator Lee just pointed out, we had good news on this last one. This is another good program, and it's moving on, and it's growing, and it'll probably continue to grow.
It's doing what it's intended to do. That's correct.
All right. Any Representative Trottier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the page up. What is the current growth rate of the program?
Current growth rate percentage-wise?
Right.
I don't know that I have the growth rate on a percentage basis.
I mean, it's been relatively good in the last
Right.
years.
Total plan for 2018 has gone from, in 2017, it ended at $469 million. It went down 14 million, but since that time, it has increased from 455 million up to 510 million.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks, Tim. All right, we now have somebody from Bailey.
Yes.
All right, we are going to start with the workforce safety and insurance.
Right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Daryl Lingle, and I'm a partner with Bailey. Here to cover a number of audits. First one we'll start with is the workforce safety and insurance audit for the year ended June 30th, 2019. And we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements, or a clean opinion over the financial statements. And then in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not identify any deficiencies either in internal control over financial reporting or any issues with compliance with laws and regulations. And that would conclude my report for workforce safety and insurance.
All right, any questions for Daryl on WSI? All right, seeing none, let's move on to addiction counselor internship loan program.
Yes.
Right.
Next one is the addiction counselor internship loan program. Again, this is as of June 30th, 2019. We issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements as of June 30th, 2019. And then in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not identify any issues in regards to internal controls over financial reporting, and we did not have any exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations. And that would wrap up the addiction counselors internship program.
All right, any questions on that one? All right, Turning the page, Ag Pace.
Ag Pace, again, as of June 30th, 2019. Again, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements of the Ag Pace Fund. And then in regards to internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with laws and regulations, in both cases, we did not identify any exceptions to the testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations, and we did not have any items identified in regards to internal controls over financial reporting with the Ag Pace Fund. And that would conclude the Ag Pace Fund presentation.
Anyone have any questions on Ag Pace? All right, let's set that aside. Moving on to student loans.
Student loan, again, as of June 30th, 2019, for the North Dakota Student Loan Trust, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements as of June 30th, 2019. And then in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not identify any exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations, and we did not identify any matters in regards to internal controls over financial reporting. So again, a clean opinion in regards to North Dakota Student Loan Trust, and that would conclude the report over that entity.
Daryl, can you tell us why we transfer the money from that fund to the Industrial Commission?
I'll have to defer to the agency. I think Carlene was here.
Yep, she's right there. Okay. We got to get her in the front row now.
For the record, Carlene Fine, Executive Director. And in regard to the Student Loan Trust, I'm the authorized officer for the Student Loan Trust. And so one of the items of covering the costs of the administrative office, those entities that report to the Industrial Commission pay for part of our costs. So monies are transferred from the Student Loan Trust to cover costs for the operations of the Industrial Commission Administrative Office.
Okay. All right, any other questions on that one? Thank you, Carlene. All right, Daryl, partnership, the PACE program.
PACE Fund, yep, PACE Fund. PACE Fund, again, as of June 30th, 2019, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. And then in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not have any exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations, and we did not identify any matters in regards to internal controls over financial reporting. And that would conclude the PACE Fund.
Okay, has everybody had a chance to look at the overview? Any questions? Okay, Daryl.
All right.
Infrastructure revolving loan fund.
Yes, Infrastructure Revolving Loan Fund, again, as of June 30th, 2019. Again, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. And then again, in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not identify any matters in regards to internal controls over financial reporting, and we did not have any exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations. And that wraps up the Infrastructure Revolving Loan Fund.
Any questions? I know there was some transfers, some money's transferred from the SIF fund to run the program. Tim?
25 cash infusion.
Okay, all right, I heard it. I've got the answer now, but go ahead, Tim.
Did you get the answer? Members of the committee, for the record, Tim Porter, CFO at the Bank of North Dakota. So when this started, there was $50 million transferred from the SIF fund, and then up to $100 million from the Bank of North Dakota, and about 40 million of that so far has been transferred out of the Bank of North Dakota, so there's still 60 million to transfer. But at the end of last biennium, we got an injection into the program of 25 million. And since ours is, or so much of the sum is necessary, that 25 million will be spent first. It's all already obligated. It just needs to be drawn for those projects as they have the expenditures.
All right. All right, any other questions there? All right, Representative Trotter.
I can maybe ask you, Mr., what is the interest rate on these revolving loan funds for infrastructure? Maybe Kim has to answer that.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
either a
Mr.
peace
Chairman,
sign or
members of the
2%.
committee, Tim gave me the signal, it's 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. All right, any other questions there? We'll move on to the medical facility infrastructure loan.
All right, Medical Facility Infrastructure Loan Fund, again, as of June 30th, 2019. And once again, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. And then in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we had no matters identified in regards to internal controls over financial reporting. And there were no exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations. And that concludes the Medical Facility Infrastructure Loan Program.
Any questions, anyone? Representative Nelson.
I'd have for the bank, I believe.
Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I notice it doesn't seem like very much use of the medical facility fund. Is there some aspect of the program or whatever that doesn't make it attractive to medical facilities, or what is it? I hear all the time of all this medical facility building going on in the state, and then I look here and there's just really a few $1,000s in loans. So if you could speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, actually, this is a revolving loan fund now, and it was fully subscribed. There was $50 million put into this revolving loan fund, and I believe that there's $45 million out in loans right now. So
it just becomes available as
they pay down.
Okay,
It becomes available. So new projects have not been, there hasn't been a lot of new projects lately just because there hasn't been a lot revolving yet. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That explains.
Okay, any other questions on that? Seeing none? Okay, Daryl.
All right.
Rebuilders.
The Rebuilders Loan Program, as of June 30th, 2019, again, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements for the Rebuilders Loan Program. And in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did not identify any matters in regards to the internal controls over financial reporting, and there were no exceptions to testing in regards to the compliance and laws and regulations. And that would conclude the Rebuilders Loan Program.
Any questions on the Rebuilders Loan Program? Seeing none, moving on to the school construction assistance.
Yes, the next one is School Construction Assistance Revolving Loan Fund. This again as of June 30th, 2019. Once again, we've issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. And then in regards to internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with laws and regulations, we had no exceptions to testing in regards to compliance with laws and regulations, and we identified no matters required to be reported in regards to internal controls over financial reporting. And that would conclude the school construction loan assistance, or school construction assistance revolving loan.
And the question being, or the discussion would be, there's $34 million left for loaning available. And what did we start? What was the pot to begin with on the school construction monies? And now we have $34 million left, and we're still busy using that fund. It's working.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, it is working. So what we've done is combined all of the school construction into one fund. And in the last two bienniums, you have appropriated $75 million each biennium out of the foundation aid to go into this fund. And it originally started with $150 million in that fund, and so it'll continue to grow, but it's also at the same time buying some of the direct school construction loans that we carry on our balance sheet. So during 2019, they purchased $20 million in school construction loans off of our balance sheet, and they'll probably do the same thing in 2020. So that eventually, everything will be under this program for school construction.
Okay. All right, anyone have any questions on that? Seeing none? Alrighty, moving on to the comprehensive health, Chad, right?
Yes, Comprehensive Health Association of North Dakota. This audit is as of December 31st, 2018. With this audit, we did again issue an unmodified opinion in regards to the financial statements. In regards to compliance with laws and regulations and internal controls over financial reporting, we did have an exception that we consider to be a significant deficiency. The significant deficiency is in internal control over financial reporting, improper segregation of information from administrators surrounding the management of cash. This is on page number 13 of the financial statement. I'll just go through that finding. In regards to the criteria, the cash received from members for premiums paid in advance is based on collections from policyholders in advance of their period of coverage. Cash is collected by administrator Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota, doing business as Meridian Mutual Insurance Company, and that's the administrator, and paid to Comprehensive Health Association of North Dakota, as the association's amount of premium revenue for the period is determined. There is a risk to the timely reporting of cash balances to the association, as the administrator is currently unable to determine in a timely manner the amount of cash receipts received on behalf of the association. Then in regards to condition, presently the association receives cash from the administrator in the month following the month of operations for activity. Put into context, we observed the issue by reviewing the prepaid income cash receipts process in discussion and with discussions with management on this matter. The effect is, as of December 31st, 2018, the administrator for the association was in possession of cash that is the property of the association as it was received for prepaid income. As this cash was not yet earned by the association, there is no impact to net income or net assets, but the amount of cash held by the administrator at year end was not able to be determined by management. As such, cash and prepaid income are potentially understated as of December 31st, 2018. And then in regard to the cause, due to business transformation activities currently undergoing at the administrator, the premium billings for the association were grouped into one business unit with a corresponding line of business at the administrator. As all enrollees in this business unit are rated the same, the administrator felt it made sense when the system was configured. As a result, the administrator is not able to break out cash received on behalf of the association from that received for the administrator in a timely manner, resulting in the finding above. It is our recommendation that the association request from the administrator that the premium billing process for the association be broken out from the business unit of the administrator moving forward. And then finally, the view of the responsible officials and plan corrective action. Management of the association and that of the administrator concur and will review the configuration of the business units within HMHS system to determine the best approach to mediate the risk related to improper segregation of information from the administrator surrounding the management of cash. And then that would wrap up the Comprehensive Health Association of North Dakota audit.
Okay, and that was kind of a significant finding.
That was a significant deficiency, exactly. It would not resolve a significant deficiency as a deficiency that would not cause a material misstatement to the financial statement, but are of a nature that should be brought to the attention of those charged with governance.
Okay. Any other questions on the Chan? Senator J. Lee.
A comment again, Mr. Chairman. Maybe everybody knows, but maybe not everybody knows that CHAN is our high-risk pool in North Dakota, and so we're looking at reconfiguring that possibly as well as changes that come about when visiting with the insurance department.
Judy, you want to just repeat that, but get closer to the mic, because I think we're struggling, us older people over here.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. CHAN is our high-risk pool in North Dakota, and I should mention there are fewer enrollees now than there used to be, and many states gave up their high-risk pools when Obamacare came in because they had one. But that had a much smaller provider network, it had higher deductibles and co-pays, and there were several reasons why it was not as good as what North Dakota had for those folks who are able to afford insurance but have been denied coverage. So North Dakota has retained its high-risk pool. Our numbers aren't as high as they used to be, but there still is a significant number of enrollees. And as Commissioner Godfrey did, and the legislature have worked through, like the subsidy for people who may be challenged with making premium payments. There's a really good phrase for that. I can't think of right now. In the legislative session, and that was passed. We'll see if there may be some changes evolving from that, but the CHAN board is looking with along the insurance department is looking carefully at how the high-risk pool can move forward in a way that is most effectively providing insurance for those individuals who have been denied coverage by a private insurance company and are too high income to qualify for Medicaid or Medicare.
Okay, good information. All right, any other questions for Daryl? Any questions at all? Because this is, he's wrapping it up here, right?
Right, exactly,
All right.
yes. And I just have one thing for
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and the committee. When the original agenda came out, we were scheduled earlier in the day. I had a personal conflict that I couldn't move, and I appreciate the fact that you were willing to be able to reorganize your agenda so that I could be here today. So I do appreciate that.
Well,
not quite this late,
yeah,
but
I
I
was
do
gonna say,
appreciate
I'm glad you could make it for the 10:35.
That's right.
All right, committee, with no further questions for Daryl, we're going to move right on then to the, Brady Martz is going to be here to talk about Housing Finance Agency, the Housing Incentive Fund, and the State Building Authority. So you've got three?
Three, yep.
All right.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Mindy Piaf with Brady Martz, and I was a shareholder in all three of these audits, and I'll be going over them for you. We'll start with the first one being Housing Finance Agency. Our opinion appears on page 1. We did issue an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, so they are on the full accrual GAAP basis. I would draw your attention to the emphasis of matter paragraph and change in accounting principle. The change in accounting principle, the Housing Finance Agency did change their method of accounting for how they account for bonds this last year for the premiums and discounts. They are now using the effective interest rate method. Prior to that, they were just amortizing over the life of the bond. And so we do have a prior period adjustment to show the effect of that to 2018, so that 2018 and 2019 are comparative. There was also a correction of error for the derivatives that Housing Finance does have. They had reported an item as a asset when it should have been a liability, so we restated 2018's financial statements for that as well. As part of our audit, we do conduct our audit underneath government auditing standards, and so we do issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters based upon those standards. This is an unmodified opinion, and so there were no material weaknesses or deficiencies that came to our attention that were required to be reported in this report. There's also an additional report in Housing Finance for us performing the audit in accordance with uniform guidance. So we do a single audit or a compliance of their compliance, testing their compliance with federal requirements of their federal programs. And we issued an unmodified opinion on the program that was tested, which was the mortgage insurance program. And then lastly, in regards to compliance with laws and regulations and items specifically requested by this committee, there's no additional items to note other than the items that I previously discussed regarding the change in the accounting policy and the prior period adjustment. So with that, any questions on Housing Finance?
Any questions, committee? She's ready to answer them.
Okay, moving on.
Moving on will be Housing Incentive.
Okay, Housing Incentive Fund. Again, this was an unmodified opinion overall on the financial statements. And in regards to our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance, again, it was an unmodified opinion, so there were no deficiencies identified during our audit. And for comments requested specifically by this committee, again, no comments or concerns or non-compliance that we noted during our testing.
Okay, any questions on that one? Seeing none. State Building Authority.
Okay, Building Authority, again, our opinion appears on page 1 of the financial statements. Again, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. This audit is also conducted underneath government auditing standards, so our report on internal control over financial reporting and other matters, again, is unmodified, so there were no deficiencies or material weaknesses noted. And then for compliance with laws and rules and regulations and comments specifically requested by this committee, again, no issues or concerns were noted during our audit testing.
Any questions? So Mindy, as an auditor, if you see something that would seem improper? Do you, what's your move? Do you, who do you chat with to, you know, we've really hashed over some issues today.
Yeah.
And probably know what we're talking about, but how do you respond to improprieties that you may see and that someone knowingly created violations? What's your organization's MO to move that forward?
Sure, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Obviously, we do have a due diligence to the constituents and the users of the report. We also are conducting the audit in accordance with our professional standards that we're held by as CPAs. So if we come across an item, first of all, we will look at it to determine, okay, is this a deficiency? Is it just a, you know, an area for improvement, or does it rise to that level of it being a material weakness? Material weaknesses and significant deficiencies, which are items that are deemed of higher significance, where there truly could be a chance for a material misstatement in financial statements, would be included and reported in our audit report. Areas for improvement, we generally include those in what we call a management letter, that are maybe items of just not great significance that would cause a great error to the financials, but they obviously are areas for improvement. If something is related to compliance or non-compliance or fraud, we are required under government auditing standards to report that in our reports. If it is something that is very insignificant or not material, those items generally don't. If it's really a gray area or a matter of professional judgment, we usually err on the side of caution and report everything, just because if we become aware of something, it's most likely that members of this committee and users of the financial would want to be aware of that. As far as determining when something is a matter of professional judgment, we do have a relationship with there are other accountants in our firm that work in the government space. We also are a member of the RSM Alliance, which is one of the top 5 accounting firms in the nation, and so we can contact them. We've also built a relationship with some of the state auditors, so we'll contact them and other peers just to make sure that everything's being properly reported.
That's an amazing answer. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions while we still have her there? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on to the 1110, presentation by the auditor regarding the status of performance audits and an update on planned performance audits and future agency audits.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Josh Daly, State Auditor. What I'm going to show you here today is our website. Out here for a status of all of our audits that we have scheduled. You can go out to our website under our state agency audits, and you can scroll through and you can see which audits we have scheduled, the phase that they're in. The red boxes up here, it goes through the different phases of our audit, whether it's planning, field work, internal review, or drafting a report. The check box there to the left of that shows you what quarter we have that scheduled in. If there is a date, you can see that there is a report that has been finalized. And we also include the cost of the audit based on the hours and what we've invested into it. We also identify whether or not there was a bill given to the agency. Again, if they're a general funded agency, we do not bill for those general funds. So you can see here the remainder of 2019, that's what this is. Our team is focused on, at least the agency side, is focused on the state comprehensive annual financial report audit. That is going to consume the majority of our staff time from now until the end of the year. So there won't be any more of these agency audits right now until the 2020. We do have a couple of the performance audits that have been in the works. The state fees performance audit, as you can see there, is still in the second phase. There is a tuition rates performance audit. Now that is being conducted by our higher ed performance auditors. And then the North Dakota University System Financial Audit Report is also part of the CAFR there at the very bottom. That is our 2019. I can show you the 2020 if there aren't any questions on 2019.
Josh, you want to go back to the lottery?
Lottery's right here.
Okay, and that is done, or you're working on that again?
No, that is done.
Okay, and you don't charge for that one? Why don't we charge for that one?
Mr. Chairman, the lottery is a general funded agency.
Well, lottery is a general funded agency.
That's what.
Mr. Chairman, it receives money from the lottery operating fund. Then once all that is done, the revenues from the lottery end up getting deposited in the general fund. But when the money is spent, it's spent from the lottery operating fund.
Okay, so that would make it a general fund. So it's not a self-sustain.
Right, it's a special fund appropriation, not general fund.
So special funds, wouldn't that require us to collect from them? 'Cause I always thought it was, I mean, they're self-sustaining. It's not like we make them whole because they make us money.
Chairman, I'm gonna have Don answer this. He handles our billing
Well,
process.
we kind of asked that this morning, and then we've been thinking about that, and there's been some confusion or question.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record again, my name is Don LaFleur. I'm the director for the State Auditor's Office. The logic there is that since the money is deposited in the general fund, there's no reason for us to bill, because if we bill, we're just going to deposit it in the general fund anyway. So it really doesn't do anything, because the auditor's office doesn't get to keep it. So since that money's going to end up in the general fund already from the lottery, there's no reason for us to bill and then deposit it in the general fund. So that's why we do that audit with no bill.
Alan?
Well, it just seems that it's kind of overstating the revenue from the lottery when there's expenses that aren't charged against it.
Well, that's true. Senator J. Lee?
On the chart itself, if I may back up to the more generic thing here, where it talks about the agency costs, and I noticed that also when the audit was reviewed, there has been no cost reported for the state library. Why would that be?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, let me get to the state library here.
Well, I don't need it this second, but with that for everybody else, I'd like to have the agency hours and cost for that one forwarded to the committee as well.
I think the reason that one is not yet on here is because we just released that one last week, so it probably hasn't been updated on this chart yet. But
I'll watch
we will
the
get it updated.
paper, it's bound to be there.
All right, I guess that's the answer on that one, if anybody was wondering. Any more questions on that? So with that, we are going on then. Any other questions? Okay, Senator Clements.
Oh, does Josh have some more things to present here?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I do have a question for him when we're
Okay,
he's ready.
we can, we're up to the, there's a letter on, everybody's been handed from the trust line, is that where we're at? Is anybody? Oh, yeah, okay. Auditor Gallion, you wanted to talk about 2020? We didn't get totally there, we just kind of, you guys are just ready to go, 2020, here we go.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so if you go out to our website, you can see our 2020 audit schedule. This is our tentative plan right now, and you can see the audits that we've got scheduled for first quarter. And none of them have been started yet, but if you were wondering what we're going to do here, this is it.
Okay, Senator Clements.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Josh, I want to be clear before I leave here today. I know there were some others that had asked too, but how did the audit on the Department of Commerce get to the point of addressing individuals? I mean, how did that process happen or work?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Clements addressed to the individual.
Well,
Are you going back to what Mr. Seibel was talking
Well,
about?
there was discussion today that this investigation was being directed at individuals outside of the work area. It wasn't being addressed towards commerce, it was being addressed towards individuals. And I'm wondering, how did that
take place? Is that all resting with the Attorney General, that they've decided it's an individual matter and not a department?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Clemens, that is beyond the scope of the auditor's office.
Okay.
We conducted our audit. We did identify the deficiencies that we've already talked about today. We've already talked thoroughly about the section of law that we use to inform the Attorney General of those potential issues. At that point, the auditor's office is done.
Okay.
Anything beyond that now is the Attorney General's office. And
Well, just one quick. So if we want more information on where this thing is at and stuff, we'd have to contact the Attorney General's office.
Chairman, Senator Clemens, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wasn't clear on something.
And I don't know if I can muddy the water more, but the issue is it's not the Department of Commerce that created the violation. It's individuals who work at the Department of Commerce and people involved with not complying by the rules. It's not the department that did it, and that's why they go after individuals, and I might be all wrong here, but I think that's, it's not, they can represent the agency, but they can't represent individuals who may have been the perpetrators to creating the problem.
Yeah.
It's okay?
Okay, thank you.
That's the way I got it this morning. Well, my degree was in accounting, but I don't portray to know anything. Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallant, when will these be completed by the end of 2020? Or is there a set time for them, or will they go into 2021?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Adams, so these will likely be finished some point at the end of the first quarter, probably mid-year, I would say. Because as you, I mean, if I scroll down, you can see others. We have second quarter already scheduled, so these will likely begin sometime in that April timeframe.
All right, committee. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't directed towards you. Actually, I'm just looking for input here. So if a private entity, let's say somebody in my company, did something wrong and it wasn't personal embezzlement or something like that, I know I would be held accountable for that person's actions. So I'm trying to tie it in to what we're saying here, what was just being said. Why is it that we are going after individuals if it's not personal, like embezzlement or something like that? Why is not the agency being held accountable in that? And just a question, I don't know.
I see there's no hands jumping up to help me on that one. Well, even I think in your personal, in your business, your business would be mentioned, but so would that individual. You would both likely be held accountable, and you would have to defend yourself as well as your employee who maybe made the mistake. And I'm thinking in this case, they're working for a department, and those individuals are just employees, but they have not followed the rules, and so we'd have to have someone, Troy, come back or whatever, but I think we can, it's probably something we can have answered at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Right, Chris? All right, any other questions as it relates to the list of audits? Anyone? Seeing none, we are going to then move on to the letter from the Department of Trust Lands. Joe, who's going to do the trust lands? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the
Chris?
committee. There was a document handed out, it looks like this, it's just North Dakota Trust Lands, they submitted it to us. It's basically a follow-up to a follow-up of a performance audit. And again, we're not, it's just for the committee's information. If you did not receive a copy, please let me know, but I believe I handed them all.
Okay. Are there any comments from interested persons on, okay. Are there any comments by interested persons? Are we looking for anything, or is that just, okay. Anything that, before I get to Scott, any other comments from anyone that's in the audience before we, okay. We're moving on then to the 11:30 finding. Thank you, Scott. It's just a little past 11:30. I apologize. We've had a busy day, but we're getting her done.
Yes.
Everybody got the handout? Go ahead, Scott, you can skip the good morning part.
Yeah, I should have changed that here.
That's
I
okay.
mean here, but,
We get it.
all right, good afternoon, Chairman Klein, members of the committee. In front of you have my response, I think, to the audit findings that were conducted here this past spring, winter. And I think the one that question is regarding the Youth Leadership Academy. And I will be very clear up front that, Mr. Chairman, that we, myself personally, and my staff have always prided ourselves in our audit findings and so forth, and we've done everything, and will continue to do everything we can to make sure that the audit findings are clear and they're addressed. So for the most of you, I think you know that I did address this during the session and owned up to it and so forth, but this gives a little bit more detail of what the questions are asked here. So a little summary here that our Youth Leadership Academy that we hold is an annual event that we run every summer, June or July. And it's a vision of the Youth Leadership Academy to create and foster an environment of Native American youth to learn and enhance leadership skills and create opportunities that are used in the respective local tribal communities. The mission of the Youth Leadership Academy is to design, develop, implement a wide range of leadership skills and programs and opportunity to advance one's spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and physical attributes. The Youth Leadership Academy is a week-long event held mostly at United Tribe Technical College, Bismarck State, and also the University of Mary. It is open to junior high and high school students who are enrolled members of tribal nations throughout our state. The Youth Leadership Academy is funded by general funds appropriated by the state legislature, registration fees, and donations from the Bank of North Dakota. In 2017 and 2018, Shields gift cards were purchased and given to participants as mentors as a thank you gift for attending the week-long event. Mentors are Academy alumni who serve on role models and leaders during the event. Gift cards were not given to my staff or any employees from my staff or non-participants. 2017, the total expenditures for the Youth Leadership Academy was at $39,501. At that amount, $3,990 of that was spent on gift cards, which was approximately 10% of the academy expenses. Total expenditures for the Indian Affairs Commission in 2017 was $523,926. The Youth Leadership Academy represents approximately 8% of that amount. The gift cards in question for 2017 represent less than 1% of the total agency's expenses. In 2018, the total expenditures for the Youth Leadership Academy was $40,654. Of that amount, $3,800 was spent on gift cards, which is less than 10% of the Academy's expenses. Total expenditure of the Indian Affairs Commission for 2018 was $593,793. The Youth Leadership Academy represents approximately 7% of that amount. The gift cards in question for that 2018 represents less than 1% of that of my total agency's expenditures. The gift cards were purchased with funds received from registration donations. The Commission I assumed that they were more flexible in how these funds were spent and did not realize they were still considered state funds. The Indian Affairs Commission has on file with the Office of OMB, as you'll see as an attachment here, from budget of OMB, a promotional expense request. The purpose of the request states, keeping with cultural norms, gifts are often given to an honored tribal member, tribal or non-tribal individuals, or honor their families in recognition of a specific accomplishment of work or work done in the country. Gifts are given are at times modest and appropriate to that event. The events covered in this request specifically include the North Dakota Indian Youth Leadership Academy. The Commission, my office, myself relied on this approval and assumed the gift cards would be a allowable expense covered by this document on the attachment. So as you see, Chairman, members of the committee, you have the OMB attachment that gives me authority for those promotional items. So in conclusion, the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission purchased the gift cards for attendees and mentors in 2007 and 18 for the Youth Leadership Academy to further the vision, mission, and statement of the goals of the program. The gift cards were only given to the attendees and mentors and not to employees or public at large. The gift cards were purchased in good faith and with the assumption that the purchase were legal and allowable as it being purchased with non-general fund for the event that was specified and approved on the promotional expense request in accordance with OMB Fiscal and Administrative Policy 207. The Commission has accepted, I have accepted responsibility for the funding and audit and has made changes to the items and purchase for the Youth Leadership Academy. Gift cards are no longer being purchased. So again, in closing, Mr. Chairman, we've addressed this months ago. We have always understood and will always practice sound fiscal responsibility for operating a state agency. So the mindset has never wavered, never will, and we take great pride in managing the taxpayer dollars of North Dakota and its citizens. So hopefully that addresses and we can move forward in the operations of my agency, Mr. Chairman. And again, we've complied with those findings and we'll continue to do so and moving forward.
Representative Lanning has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you found another way to express your gratitude to those that are participating and instructing other than the gift cards?
Well, I think, Representative Lanning, I think there's, our academy is a unique academy. We get a lot of these kids that are very, they're troubled, and some obviously are well on their way with doing things, but, it's a tough camp. It's a tough camp. It's a week-long camp. It's tough on my staff because we put in hours from sun to sundown in doing this, and it requires partnerships. But to answer your question, I think it's what they make of it, and it's what they choose to do when they finish the academy. And the reflection on that, to answer your question, I guess more in depth, is that watching these kids, exceed from this leadership camp has been amazing. We've had a lot of kids in college now, a lot of kids who are in leadership roles back home, and it's just a small way of trying to do our part in addressing our youth challenges on in the country. They're very, very challenging. So to say that we're going to give them a monetary or some type of asset for their accomplishments, that's not going to happen.
Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in the section of appropriations that works with Scott on his budget, and Scott has always been upfront with us in regards to the conference that is held every year, and we go over the amount of money that is going to be appropriated for that, and what's happened here is unfortunate, but maybe during the next session of legislature we can include that amount or something, towards these gift cards, or to get you in compliance. But this is a very worthy conference, and be very detrimental, I think, that it would have to stop because of just some small little infraction here. So, and Scott does a good job, and we appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Craig.
Scott, I don't see the infraction. I guess I see as someone not having all the information that if you're providing us with the fact that you've been approved to use monies for promotional expenses, can't you keep doing that? I mean, you've got the approval. OMB said it was okay. You've checked with OMB. They said thumbs up. Why do we want to turn our backs on the children now after a program that obviously you think must work? I'm just asking because now that with the information we have now, we understand that this has been part of your process. Listening to Representative Craig, it's a discussion they have in committee. Are you are you kind of maybe jumping ahead of this a little too fast, or I'm just asking what your thoughts are?
Well, Chairman Klein, that's a good question. You know, and I, again, like every other state agency, again, priding ourselves in the laws and the policy. I believe that we have, you know, I really do. I mean, checking with OMB, and maybe there is a misunderstanding of maybe two policies colliding on this in this matter of what is deemed a gift card. Because again, my office does have some cultural wherewithal for gifts, because in my culture, and including my office, it is that nature to receive gifts. I mean, you've seen that expressed here during the legislative body here when our governments do agreements. You know, one, for example, the tax agreement, that was a big deal. Gifts were exchanged, you know, in a cultural way. That's always been our way. And so to have that policy within my office is important. It is important because that helps conduct good business. It's not buying business or how can I say, influencing business. But when business is done in a respectful way, then these type of items should be allowable.
Yep.
You know, so.
Representative Nelson, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Scott, I mean, I think the basic thing that's happening here is the difference between the cultures. And I appreciate that you came today and you're filling us in on this. I don't get the general feeling that the legislature would be adverse to these if they were included in the budget specifically, and I realize in the difference between the two cultures, if there's a meeting back home in Belcourt, the gifts are part of the conference, whereas here they're not. And so I would encourage you to ask the governor to please put it in his budget, and I think that it would get a good reception. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Representative Nelson.
All right, anything else? I think that's okay. Senator Jay Lee.
Thank you. Perhaps somebody who's on appropriations could clarify for me, because it wouldn't have occurred to me if you got donations that were being used for prizes, that automatically would be considered state funds. I just wouldn't have known how to answer the question. So is that common for other conferences where there are donations of money and material of one sort or another that might be used for door prizes or gifts to speakers or whatever? I just don't see it being any different. It seems to me like you followed the process and you got dinged for it. If you hadn't, then that'd be different, right? But you did it. So maybe an appropriate guy, person, maybe Alan could tell us whether or not it's always that way, and then it would be one more new thing for me to learn from it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, if the funds are deposited in the state treasury, then they become state funds. And I believe the finding was, the Constitution prohibits gifting, so that you have that constitutional issue to deal with. So even if it was included in the budget, there's still, you have to deal with that constitutional provision of anti-gifting. So, but there are.
What happens if they give mugs? You can't put mugs in the treasury.
Well, I believe, Mr. Chairman and Senator Lee, that's the promotional provision that OMB has, where they do allow certain promotional items like Department of Tourism and the bank and those kind of things. So there are some minor exceptions, but it's kind of a fine line as to if you go above and beyond for what's considered gifting.
All right, does anybody else have anything for Scott? Scott, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
All right, committee, we are at the 11:50 agenda item. Committee discussion and staff directives. We've covered a lot of territory. I apologize for this taking just a bit longer than, well, we knew it was probably going to go till 1. We wouldn't have taken such a long lunch break. Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to do whatever it takes, if it's a motion, if it's something else that we have to do. I hope we don't have to wait for the legislative session to require that the 14 questions will be included in the audit. I would like to request that the 14 questions that we have requested in the past continue to be included in the audit.
So So the motion is you require the 14 questions on all audits, because the discussion was financial audits are included, but I heard that today from someone, and
If you look at the sheet today, almost all of them are performance audits, so I guess
operational.
humor us. It all says, if you look at the website, the auditor's website, for the ones for 2019, there are like 5 that are financial and the rest are all performance. So I guess, and the other thing I would like to have is, because I've inquired in a couple of cases, the time that's required from each of the agencies to do their work on their side of the audit as well. If it takes 587 hours to do a performance audit and follow up on a parking lot, I'd like to know just how long it takes to do some of these others.
Well, maybe we could keep these 2 motions separate.
Okay, let's do the 14 questions.
Okay.
I just had to, come on.
So I have a motion, is that what I'm hearing, a motion to,
Include the 14 questions on all audits.
okay, Alan?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't know that there really needs to be a motion, because, ever since 2007, that's when the committee first made the motion that all audits should include that, and nothing has changed since then. But I don't know if there's a reason you're not including the 14 questions now, and
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, those 14 questions, I believe approximately 8 of them are purely related to just financial audits, financial statement audits, which means they are not applicable to the majority of the audits that we conduct under performance auditing standards. Now, what we could work on is potentially developing a set of questions for those financial statements and a set of questions for performance audits. And that is definitely something that we would be interested in. It's very difficult to go through those questions, and most of them are NA or not applicable. And so now we're adding information or things to audit reports that have no relevance. We're just adding more pages in ink. So we would be open to the discussion, to determining, what types of questions to ask on the different types of audits. We just feel that those 14 questions, not all of them are always relevant.
Okay, and I'm confused now. What did we do today? Performance audits, operational audits, financial audits. We did some of something?
Mr. Chairman, we did a little bit of everything.
All right. And you're suggesting that only on the financial audits we need the 14 questions?
Mr. Chairman, of those 14 questions, 8 of them are financial statement
Okay.
related. So we would only
And
need those.
did you do the 14 questions on the financials that we had today?
Did we include some
All
of
right.
those? Those are in the appendix, yes.
Only in the performance and operational audits you didn't?
We did not include
Okay,
those.
because, Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see a lot of ink being involved here. You could say questions 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11 are not applicable. One sentence, and then respond to all the rest. It's something that the legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee wanted. We requested it. We were the ones who were involved in developing those questions. Not that we shouldn't talk to the auditor's department, I don't mean that, but we are the ones who had developed those questions. And I think we are entitled to have the answers, including A. That's okay. So I'd like my motion to remain.
Well, we have a motion. I need a second.
We already have.
Well, Alan said we don't need one.
Well, that's true. So we don't need a motion?
I mean-
Okay, so we would, so the motion would be to provide the 14 questions for performance and operational audits.
I withdraw my original motion and say that we would direct Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee would direct the auditor to include the 14 questions and just indicate what the questions are which would not be applicable to a particular.
On all audits. Okay? Now I've got, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Crate. Any additional discussion? I know where you're going. I know the 14 questions is something I usually look for, red flags. No offense. But, we look at those and determine whether or not there's an issue or not. So, any other discussion? Hearing none? Call the roll.
Chairman Klein.
Aye.
Senators Clemens.
What are the 14 questions? I guess I don't understand what we're even talking about. I'm sorry, but they're questions that are, I don't know, what are they? I mean, you don't have to itemize
There's
them.
14 questions that are required for all audits on all financials. Alan's got them, and that's been something we generally always had.
Yeah, so the first one is what type of opinion was issued on the financial statements, and that does relate just to financial audits, and that would not be applicable. But the second one, was there compliance with statute, laws, rules, regulations? Was there internal control adequate and functioning effectively? Were there any indications of lack of efficiency in financial operations of the agency? Has action been taken on findings and recommendations included in prior audits? Was a management letter issued? Identify significant changes in accounting policy, any management conflicts, any contingent liabilities or significant unusual transactions, significant accounting estimates, the process used to determine estimates, and the basis for the auditor's conclusion regarding the reasonableness of estimates, any significant audit adjustments, any disagreements with management, any serious difficulties encountered during the audit, major issues discussed with management prior to retention, management consultations with other accountants, and high-risk information technology systems.
And this was something that it'd been done up to 2007, and then it was discontinued?
Well, since
2000.
Since 2000.
Since 2007. And the legislature approved this. Okay. Aye.
Senators Cravenger, Kenanian,
Aye.
Gary Lee,
Aye.
Judy Lee,
Aye.
Roars,
Aye.
Representatives Kripe,
Yes.
Adams,
Yes.
Hattlestead,
Yes.
Johnson, Kemenick, Laning,
Yes.
Lauser,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Schmidt,
Yes.
Simons,
Nay.
Trottier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion carries.
All right. All right, you know what I failed to do was introduce the majority leader in the Senate who has attended quietly all day.
That's for being quiet.
Yeah. Well, he could have gone for another hour. All right, Senator Kanianen.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just kind of a summary, I don't know, things in summary, maybe a question here, but, I mean, the auditor said that this was kind of a newfound thing. If I'm not misquoting him, he said it was kind of the 44805.1, where he sees that he's bound to report these things and his estimation, and it was a kind of a newfound thing, he said. So then he said that they might go back, maybe they'll go back to other audits, and maybe there's more things to refer to the AG's office. So I don't know if the AG's office has a potential of being inundated by these things or not. So my question is, I mean, for example, you have this sweet lady from the state library. She made some mistakes. It's all out in the open. She's here. They're honest mistakes. I mean, does that really need, maybe common sense would say that that doesn't need to be referred to the AG's office. But the auditor feels bound by what the statute is here. So just a question of, should we be looking at revising this statute so that common sense can enter into the discussion before it has to be referred, or anyone feels bound to refer something to the AG's office? You know, there's a clear difference. I think we all can understand the difference between honest accounting mistakes and embezzlement or theft or fraud. And I think we should have a discussion on reflecting that in the code.
I think, Senator, when you hit on the knowingly question, and you know, folks who sit on judiciary, I mean, knowingly, willfully, whatever, all those levels, that to me suggested that we may have a level there that should be addressed and not used. That the word needs to be used rather than just saying they did it. And I don't know, do we look for, maybe we need to sort out an Attorney General's opinion as to what this really means, because as our auditor when I suggested some of these other ones that where people were going a little bit on the wrong direction that could have cost the state money. You know, where do we draw that line? Which goes to this Attorney General? What doesn't? I think there has to be some clarification to that. I don't know how we address that. That's probably legislative. Senator Julie Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if we might like to ask Legislative Council to prepare a bit of a report for us on that for our next meeting, rather than putting the Attorney General in this situation of making a decision for us in this case. I totally support what Senator Kanianen is talking about, that we need to look at. It may be more than just replacing shall with may. And so perhaps if we ask Legislative Council to do a little homework for us on that, come back and we could see where our next step might lead. I'm just throwing that out.
Senator Roars?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just add to that what Senator Lee was saying, and that Senator Kanianen was saying, that we need to look into this thing and create a little bit more flexibility with this thing, and we have to also be very concerned about protecting the identity of these individuals until such time that they're proven to be guilty. Right now, they're guilty as charged, and they can't get their reputation back once these things have happened to them. And so I think as we look at this whole thing, let's not forget about the individuals and how we can protect that individual or those individuals.
All right, those are both good points. Any other discussion? Anything? Senator Clemens.
Just a quick question. Where do I find duties and responsibilities of the Legislative Audit Committee?
I have, by the way, I have that right here.
I mean,
we are in 543502. We can have a copy.
I can look it up. What's the number?
I'm going to give you my copy. Okay?
I mean,
it's okay. I have been looking at these things for the last 10 days, trying to figure out what our role is and what the auditor's role is. But the auditor's role and duties and responsibilities, if you just look at his section, doesn't have all that. You got to look beyond that. You got to look at some of the other sections of code that relate to the auditor, and that's where I got confused enough, where I couldn't. Where he has more responsibilities than if you look just in that section of code that deals with his duties and responsibilities. So. But I'll give you this.
Okay.
Don't let me forget. All right, any other things to come before the committee? Seeing nothing, we need to talk a bit about a motion to accept all the audits. My thought would be to exclude the commerce and the library audit because they are really in limbo, maybe even purgatory. But I'm suggesting that we need to look at, they will be back. Those audits will be back. We'll need to hear again how that turned out because we really, they're hanging out there. So I'm looking for a motion to approve all the audits except for Commerce and State Library, and so moved by Representative Crite, second by Congressman. Representative Adams, any other discussion on that? Is that about what you're thinking? Okay. We're within our rules here. So with that, clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Klein.
Aye.
Senators Clemens.
Aye.
Kenianen.
Aye.
Gary Lee.
Aye.
Judy Lee. Roars.
Aye.
Representatives Craig.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Hattlestead.
Yes.
Lanning.
Yes.
Lauser.
Yes.
Nelson.
Yes.
Schmidt.
Yes.
Simons.
Aye.
Trottier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion carries.
Okay, committee. You got anything else come before the committee? I really appreciate. I knew this was going to go beyond Newman, but especially when we added the last four, and then when the state library perked up to the top a little. So with that, committee appreciated. Our job is to get through these audits, and we did I think we